Okay, welcome you one more time. Sorry for the delay, as we've got some technical problems, technical arrangements. So it's my great privilege to welcome you online during our event. This is the second day of the event organized within the project devoted to the urban post-COVID recovery and financed by International Visegrad Fund. The first part of today is devoted to the presentations prepared by students. So it seems to be that we can start. I can see the whole list of participants. So the question is, do we have any volunteers just to share the screen and discuss the content? Roxana, Ichi, Isha, Anna,
Yeah.
Emil. Aisha, okay. So probably you can share your screen. Please try to do it.
Can you see it?
It's starting to be ready to watch. Yes, local government structure competencies, the legislative body. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So today I would be focusing on the northern region of like Nigeria, and the northern region of Nigeria is dominated by the Hausa and Fulani ethnic groups who are predominantly Muslims, and the region has large Christian population as well, mostly in the north central area, and the economic activities are agriculture and mining, and the region covers about 80% of Nigeria's total land area. So moving to the education part in the northern the education in the northern region, as we can see here, we have the primary education, secondary, and the higher education, which is the university. And although there has been some challenges in the education system in the northern region, but there have also been some improvements after the COVID. So here, the local government structure and competence. The local government in Nigeria is like the third tier of government, established to decentralize governance and bring the government closer. And the northern region was divided into several states, reducing the autonomy of local governments within the region. And the local government councils have legislative powers to regulate the constitution. We also have the standing committee who conduct legislative assignments on behalf of the House, because we have the House of Representatives, and they also, make their findings and recommendations to the House for like final decisions. And some key responsibilities of these committees include lawmaking, representation oversight, and helping to solve industrial disputes between the federal, state government, and labor unions. So now moving to the executive and legislative branch. The executive branch at the local government level is responsible for implementing laws and policies and act as like the local legislative council. They are also in charge of preparing the annual budget and development plan for the local government area. They also oversee the provisions of public service and infrastructural, and also promote economic development on social welfare at the grassroots level. Um, the chairman, head of the executive branch, provides political leadership and directs for the local government area. And the local governments are, involved in social welfare programs, such as establishing and maintaining homes for the destitute and infirm. They also play a role in community development, youth empowerment, and social services. The effectiveness of local government in northern Nigeria has been constrained by factors like lack of financial and administrative autonomy, inadequate resources and capacity, excessive political interference from state and federal government, and it also like weaks the local leadership and accountability. Um, so the impact of COVID-19 on education in the northern region. Prior to COVID-19, the northern region already has like a high rate of out of school children, with over like 10.5 million children aged 5 to 14 not enrolled in school. And during the pandemic, many students in the north left access to technology and internet connectivity and other resources needed for like remote online learning, for instance, in Sokoto State. And it was estimated that only about 30% of students had access to remote learning options, and limited access to education in the northern region. There was like a significant learning losses and poor academic performance. Over 60% of the students have forgotten what they had learned. And in this region, we can see that like 30% of like the school age children are estimated to have basically literacy and numeracy skills. So one of the challenges in the northern region is that the northern region of Nigeria faces significant challenges in providing, example, insufficient access to quality education, which remains limited in northern Nigeria, particularly among like marginalized population girls and children in rural areas in many northern states. And over 50% of young women have no experience with formal education, and this exacerbates the existing educational divide in the socio-economic progress and gender equality in the region. We also have like high poverty rates in the northern region, which contributes to like the lack of education opportunity. May that like many families prioritize basic necessities over investing in their children's education, leading to the increased dropout rate, because during the COVID-19 there was like massive loss, there was no job, so they would rather fend for their family than like still send the child to school. And in this northwest region, female had like the prime attendance are only like 47%, and the education sector in this region, lacks insufficient infrastructure, including like school buildings, classroom, libraries, and learning resources, for example. And in the conflict-affected state of Borno and like Adamawa, at least like 802 schools remain closed, and it wasn't really good for the students. And also we have like the region lastly volatile security situations, particularly with the presence of like extremist groups like the Boko Haram, which had the tribute on education. And also we have like the current programs and strategies that the local governments are trying to help the people in the northern region. And one of the strategy was the establishment of the Nigerian Northern Education Initiative Plus, and this program is also supported by the USAID, the United States Agency of like Development, which is like they want to improve the access and quality of education in like the northern states. And their key strategies include the increase of like student enrollment, and also they also plan to like train over 3,500 teachers in literacy, math, life skills, and social cycle counseling that might also support schools and enrich their curricula with core basic educations and like subjects. And here we have like my personal strategy to solve the problem. Although like we have their challenges, because 50% of the teachers in the northern Nigeria are not like really qualified to teach the students, and they also lack the minimum certificates for a teacher to be able to teach. And we have inadequate infrastructure, with students having to sit on barefoot, and some schools having only 3 to 4 teachers, or 3 to 4 teachers for like grade 1 to 6. So imagine a teacher, just 3 teachers taking just 6 classes. So that is one of the challenges. We also have like security concerns, because now parents would definitely be skeptical about putting their child to school because of the fear of unknown. And we have the economic barriers and lack of political will and inability to implement education policies, and also inadequate funding for the education sector. So my proposed solution is to advocate for the government to significantly increase its budgetary allocations to the education sector, and in the northern region, with a focus of like improving infrastructure, teacher training, and also like educational resources, because obviously the teachers will also be motivated to work and teach when there's like a good salary. And I would also like encourage the policy makers and government officials to highlight the importance of education for the region, because I think most of them are oblivious to the fact that education actually can help. And I would also like secure their commitment to prioritizing education in the budget. And also we can support the implementation of like targeted scholarships and financial assistance programs to help families, because most families, or rather, are financially buoyant to send their kids to school. And education, particularly for girls, and also work with like community leaders and like religious organizations and civil society groups to address cultural and social norms that in the girls' access to education. And so because most of them in this region, most especially the girls predominantly, don't go to school, and they, based on like gender discrimination, and most of them are put to forced early marriage. And the scheme, and one of my main goals is to collaborate with the government security agencies, because I feel like when there is a strong government security agency in this region, I don't think there will be an arm to fear, because nowadays, like they call them the unknown gunmen, they are really rampant, and like kids get abducted from schools. So one of the main goals is to like collaborate with government security and agency on like this local community to strengthen security measures and around schools, maybe like increase patrols, like early warning system, and maybe intelligence gatherings. And also among my goal is to maybe establish scholarship and financial assistance program to families, and advocate for the government to implement targeted initiatives to promote school enrollment in these rural areas. And financing for like this scheme is to advocate for like the increased government funding by engaging with government officials to secure a high budgetary allocations for education, and also to prioritize like long-term socio-economic benefits of investing in education, and the need for the government to prioritize this sector, and probably also mobilize private sector and support establish partnership with like private sector or like a philanthropic organizations and international donors to supplement government funding for education and initiative, and also to explore innovative financing mechanisms such as education bonds or impact investment funds to mobilize like additional resources for the education sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such interesting as well as well-structured presentation devoted to the program of the, maybe not the whole lack, however, the low, let's say, preparation of the quality of the education policy in your home country. Would you be so kind to just stop sharing the screen? Okay, thank you very much. So let's agree that we will summarize your presentation, your speeches just after, in the end, let's say, of the meeting. So the question is, the next presenter will be Emil. Go ahead. You was first.
Okay, I'll try. I'm not sure how exactly this works, but I'm gonna see.
We will check it. Don't worry.
Does it work?
It's starting to. Oh, yes, local problems and solutions in the post.
Okay.
Yeah, mental health crisis. Okay, very nice topic. Let's
Okay,
say.
so as a local policy problem, I chose the mental health crisis among Berlin school students. That's connected to the lockdowns and so on, because I also experienced that. So, like in the end, I'm also going to give a personal opinion, and I'm also going to share some experiences.
Okay.
It's a really particular and really bad case, as you're going to see. So first of all, as the outline, I'm going to have a quick introduction with just some goal setting, so you know what's going to be part of this presentation. And afterwards, just localization. Although I'm sure all of you know where Berlin is and so on, just to have a complete presentation, I wanted to include that. And also the simplified governmental structure afterwards, to just make sure you know where the competencies of each organs lie, which I'm also gonna talk about these organs and their programs. So I think like the structure of it is also kind of important. And then we come to the part kind of the presentation where I'm just quickly measures during the pandemic. They're going to probably resemble what you experienced in your home countries, but just so you know how it was in Berlin for school children. And then I collected two different studies on mental health consequences, and just some like big and important and very impactful numbers that I'm going to talk about, and that afterwards the policy programs, policy and programs that are employed by the local, but also a little snippet of federal government, because I also think that's important, because both of them mix together on the local situation for the people on the ground. So I'm going to talk about that, and then just as I said, some anecdotes and my personal opinion about the current situation. Yeah, and then I'm done. So first of all, as the introduction, just to say it again, the topic is the mental health implications of the COVID pandemic on students in Berlin schools. And objects of analysis are going to be the Senate, so the local executive body of Berlin, and as part of that, focusing on the health ministry and the education ministry and their policies and programs. So that's where the core of this presentation is at. So as localization, as you can see on the right, there's a map of Germany, and it's divided in its states. So the red arrow, as you probably guessed, is pointing to Berlin. Although Berlin is the capital city of Germany, it is, apart from being a city, also a federal state, which comes with more powers and also more responsibility. So we call it a city-state, but it's not a city-state like Singapore is a city-state. It's a federal city-state under the umbrella of Germany, of the Federal Republic. So as you can see, we have 3 city-states in Germany: Bremen, Hamburg, and Berlin, and all the 13 other ones are bigger states, so more of like space kind of states, which form the 16 of the Union. And then you can see in the middle a map of Berlin and its administrative units. It consists of 12 districts, districts or boroughs, or whatever you want to call them, because I don't know if there's an official translation of the German word. But the main point is it's the administrative units that are in this ranking below, or the level below the regional level. And then, of course, in the districts, there's also another level under that. So that's the most regional you can get, kind of. So now onto the something like governmental structure of Berlin. I made that myself, and it looks like it's really much, but because I didn't find any good ones, so that took some time. Compared to, like, it can be kind of confusing, but if you think of these governmental diagrams that you normally know, there's the on the bottom, but here it's on the right, because I wanted to also show that the regional level and its competencies is kind of sandwiched between the district and borough level and the national level, which supersedes it. So yeah, so from the right, basically from the people, there's of course a legislative body in Berlin. That's the House of Representatives, and that's the only thing that gets elected by the people. And then the House of Representatives elects the ruling mayor. This ruling mayor is one of 11 mayors, and it's kind of confusing because we call the heads of the 10 ministries mayors, and then the one that heads those 10 ministries and is basically the head of the government is called the ruling mayor. But basically just think of heads of ministries for the other 10, and they're appointed by the ruling mayor, and together they make up the Senate, which is basically just this council of 11 mayors, which is the executive body of Berlin. And as I said, these mayors head ministries. So, for example, the 2 ones that are important for us now are the one of education, youth, and family, and the other one is for science, health, youth, and family, and the other one is science, health, and care. And then, of course, like it would remind you very much of other democratic governmental structures, but the executive, so the ruling mayor, can also propose judges, but also law, and those have to be ratified by the House of Representatives. Also, I think importantly, the national level supersedes the regional level or federal level in legislative, executive, and judiciary functions. But then the district level is basically only administrative, because the borough level doesn't have law making or adjudicative functions. Yeah. So now onto the main part of the presentation, the measures imposed during the pandemic. So, I mean, the general measures that probably were imposed everywhere, and also in school are, first of all, like contract restrictions and also mask mandates. And like fashion behind those two goals, you very much also see the resemblance in the timeline of the school lockdowns. So this is a very, very simplified lockdown timeline, because for each school it can be very different, depending on cases and so on. So a school, like one school can be in lockdown way more often than another, or one class or even one person can be isolated way more often. So it's a very individual situation, but this still gives you the general idea. I'm saying this because it also, of course, impacts the individual and then also their mental health. So that's where these the statistics I'm going to show you in the slide afterwards come from. So the general closure of our schools in Berlin occurred on March 17th of 2020, one day after than most of other states, because of its federal nature, can individually decide. Although some schools also closed before, because they're also like schools as an individual, and their heads of schools also have the right to close schools. So some also closed before, but this was like a general one, and for example, that was also the one that impacted me. And then over a month later, they started to open again. So from April 27th to May 24th, schools were like closed and opened, and classes were resumed in kind of levels, because first the older students and the higher grades would come back, and also first it was focused on the more important subjects. So for example, if you like in 10th grade and up, first you would just have maths, German, and English, and then maybe next week or the week after you have everything back. But then, for example, also the graders are going to come back, because the higher students were seen as more important in the sense of them having their important exams at the end of their school career. So they try to focus on them, and they kind of like saw like the younger students as being able to like kind of brush up on everything after the pandemic is done more, because they have more time. But what I didn't think about is that the younger students are also the more vulnerable ones, because they're still not as evolved in their psyche and not as well socialized yet. So especially heavily impacted younger students, and we don't know the exact impacts of that yet, because many of these younger students aren't old enough yet to really like statistically see what is going on with their mental health. But yeah, and then from August 10th, which is after the summer break, the new school year started, and full face-to-face instructions resumed for all classes and for all grades and all classes. But of course, still with the mask mandate, which also impacts mental health a lot, I would say, also from personal experience. So although it was an improvement, it's still a very much a hurdle. So now onto the mental health consequences. So as I said, I compared two different studies here that exemplify the situation very well. Both of them aren't like specific on Berlin, because Berlin specific doesn't really do studies like this. But they're made of Germany, and I think they resemble the Berlin situation also very well. So there shouldn't be a problem in this association. So the first study was a voluntary conducted study, and also the people were just asked. So it wasn't that any psychologist was involved or something. So take these numbers with a grain of salt. And it was made between Germans between the ages of 7 and 17. So basically primary and secondary school children or youths. And they had like 3 different data points in there, like at times. So they had the pre-pandemic levels, once there was the study conducted during the pandemic, and then post-pandemic. And they asked basically 3 things. So for psychological abnormalities, they basically just ask them if they have them. Like if they think the respondents have them, they're going to say yes or no. And pre-pandemic, there were 18% that said yes, which already is a lot, to be honest. It's almost a fifth. But then it went up by over 10% to basically be like a third of people. And then after the pandemic, it went down. Trends about all 3. But importantly, there's still 5% increase from pre-pandemic to post-pandemic. So for some people, these disorders or these problems also stayed and have long-term impacts. For anxiety, it's the most grim, because before it was 15%, then it literally doubled and only went down by 5% to 25%. So I guess now 1/4 of people say they have anxiety disorder, which again isn't diagnosed, but if they say that they feel that bad, then even if it's not real depression in the sense of it being diagnosed, it's still not a good thing. And then there was also asked about symptoms of depression, and from pre-pandemic to during the pandemic was a hike of 9%, similar to the other ones. But then thankfully, post-pandemic, it even went down further than pre-pandemic. Although, as I said, you can't really you have to take these numbers with a grain of salt. So we don't know. But the main point of it is there's a very much big hike during the pandemic, and for most things, it also stays around afterwards. And then there was another study conducted that was actually made of diagnosed cases of depression, anxiety, and eating disorder between people between the ages of 17 and 19. And the 2 dates or the 2 years that were compared are pre-pandemic, so 2019, and post-pandemic, so 2022. And interestingly, anxiety, depression, and eating disorders increased all of them by about 50%. Especially the eating disorders were really bad among female respondents or female cases that were analyzed. So onto the programs. As I said, I also included federal level ones, just because although they're federal plans and also funded, they're still like locally employed and still made by the same people on the ground as the regional ones. I just wanted to include them because it's, I think, also an interesting outlook on it. Because like even though it's federal, it's due to Germany's governmental structure, it's very much still done by the different states, so still regional kind of. But as you see here, the focus was on the regional and local level. And I didn't include any specific programs because there are so many. I went through basically all of them. I more so just categorized them here and gonna explain them real quick. But probably there are like several different ones that are different, but also the same. Yeah. So the federal proposal right now is to more so employ mental health coaches, which are supposed to go to schools. Yeah, they're supposed to be basically trained to help students, but I think also teachers in these special cases that are related to mental health. And it's basically their whole job. They're just supposed to be there and be of help. Right now, there's a pilot project employed. So they're going to see how these mental health coaches and they're going to decide if they're going to fund more of them. And then there's also supposed to be I've created that's going to act as a health hotline, mental health hotline, because for young people, the federal ministry decided that they want to make help as accessible as possible. So therefore, young people. So we're just going to. I don't know how that went.
Emil, sorry that interrupting you. Would you be so kind and just, go slowly through the conclusions?
Okay, I'm gonna be quicker now. Okay, almost at the end. So just a few minutes left, maybe 2. Okay, then I'm gonna be quick. So that is supposed to be created, and then on the regional level, they're basically supposed to have like counseling centers for families, because these lockdowns also include the families, of course, and so you should solve the problem in a whole. Then they're also supposed to be the suicide prevention counseling centers and hotlines increased, which I think are relatively self-explanatory. And there's supposed to be education programs for schools and classes, and also teachers you can invite to further educate, be it the students or the teachers, or improve the whole mental health situation of the school. So that was basically it. Now just like some personal anecdotes and also the kind of conclusion. So in my opinion, these measures all meant well, and probably they also help a lot of people. So I'm in support of them. But I see with all these measures, well, a structural problem, because all their funding is very much time limited. So let's say you convince the Ministry of funding your project, they're gonna write a contract and you're gonna get funding for 3 years, but you don't know what's gonna happen afterwards. So it's very difficult for the people that work there to really have like plans of the future. So they're also not going to invest into their education more. And they really would want to work there, but this just makes it like this employment situation and funding situation just makes it really difficult. So like the main proposal I would make and what I would change is to have a more stable funding for all of these, and also more future planned funding for these programs, because then it can really evolve and also increase its operation and so on, and really help people. Yeah, and I'm gonna leave out the personal anecdotes because we don't have time. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Emil, for a very, very interesting as well as important presentation devoted to the some kind of health problems. Let's go further as we don't have so much time. The next present, as I remember, will be Dmytro. Yeah, Dmytro, please go ahead.
Hello.
The floor is yours.
Okay, can you see it?
Yes, it's starting to be visible.
Okay, so I chose the topic of education in context of COVID-19, and to be precise, the implementation of dual higher education policy during the crisis, and was the case example of National University of Ukraine Kyiv Mohyla Academy that is located in Kyiv. At that time, I was personally a student of political science at the university, so I experienced the policy myself.
Sorry, Dmytro. The question to all of you: Can you see the screen of the Dmytro, because I've got the black hole?
No, we can't.
No.
Okay, let me change it.
Yeah, one more time. Okay.
Let me do it like this. What about now?
Yes, now it's visible.
Okay. So, dual higher education policy, and there's the case example of National University of. In short, with the plan, I will firstly introduce the topic, about some information about the university, the case characteristics of the university information, its location, its structure, in short, legislative, executive powers. Then I would turn to COVID-19 response, the response from the government as whole, and what followed was the response from the university following the government regulations. And then I will mention the important part of it, the problems that came up with the response, and then I will present my personal opinion and personal strategy. And in the end, the references are if needed. So, introduction. I would say that COVID-19 in Ukraine can be characterized as, first of all, phased and dawn-based, in the sense that of the phases, there were like 3 phases, I would say. The initial phase of hard test, so to say, of the crisis before, because there was no implementations of any limitations except for some general statements to keep your hygiene up and to keep your social distance from others, keep social distancing, and it caused some hard problems for the medical system because it was nearing the collapse. Then this phase was actual quarantine and strict implementations of limitations of the social life of people, and it obviously followed quarantine softening with increased campaign for vaccination and slowdown of the whole crisis. And as for the zone-based, it means that the quarantine of COVID was split into 4 zones: green, yellow, orange, and red. This is very important in the context of how the universities, how University of Czechia Academy responded to situation with COVID. In general, there was kind of a demand for strict and soft quarantine, because some people demanded that everything should be strict and no people should be outside at all, while others were neglecting all the rules and just wanting to have a soft life and everything is claiming that COVID is even fake, etc. But in general, people stayed at home, they worked from distance and studied from distance, although with the studies I will explain later. But there also was increased tensions of business and state because business didn't like the quarantine limitations. There was a close collapse of the healthcare system because, as I said, in the initial phase before quarantine was strictly implemented, the situation was done. And in the context of vaccination, as well as in the context of university, there were some people who claimed vaccination to be bad and propagated anti-vaccination narratives. And obviously, there was a high level of fear of death because of COVID, and I would say it was quite a big problem in Ukraine because many people, they feared death way more than in the other countries, I would say. Obviously, as in all countries, as in Germany, as Emil was talking about, COVID followed increased levels of depression among the people and especially among students. And what is important as well, the COVID-19 measures, quarantine, distant work and education, it was unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, a very good experience for war situation, especially at the beginning of war, as what was used during the quarantine, COVID-19, what was used in the war as well, during the war as well. Obviously, in education, the general situation was that everything was forcefully switched to distant learning. However, there was lack of qualifications of this teaching staff to distant learning. However, at the same time, the universities, especially, they had autonomy to set study formats. However, they kind of misinterpret the circumstances under which to set the quarantine limitations and other limitations. And among the students, especially in my opinion, in my experience, study from home meant like no studying, so many was lacking. It was kind of an easier studying, however, it brought worse quality of knowledge, and in many cases required even parental control. And in general, if we follow the process, at the first beginning of the limitations, the students were kind of happy about it. However, as it progressed, they became dissatisfied, and from one point of view, because of how it was executed. So characteristics. Naukma, I will be calling in short Naukma. It is university located in the center of Kiev, capital of Ukraine, in the Podil neighborhood. It's obviously association of universities of Ukraine in Europe. However, it's a national university, and it has a supervision board which is appointed by the government of Ukraine and which kind of supervises everything in the university. However, the highest official is an elected president, which gets elected by the university while voting and is then contracted with the Ministry of Education. Additionally, there is an academic council, which is a next kind of highest level organization, which includes heads of all the branches of the university and members of the student council, which is also an elected kind of organization. Obviously, the administration is divided into branches, faculties, and cathedrals. However, there are also additional organizations such as consulting board, board of trustees, arts board. And to talk about legislative kind of follows mainly what the Ministry of Education sets up, but the academic council and the president also act as legislative organization as they introduce what the Ministry of Education introduces. So switching to the COVID response. In short, Ministry of Education of Ukraine has set such an agenda for all of the education sectors, educational facilities, to ensure accessibility and inclusiveness of education, flexibility of the study process, individual approach to the study process, and most importantly, implementation of the education process to all of the schools, kindergartens, and universities, obviously. It was a main alternative in the face of COVID. Although another alternative was reworking what was missed during the quarantine. However, it was hard to predict how long the quarantine would last, so everything was forcefully switched to distant learning. Talking about COVID-19 in the university, I would say that the university was partially ready to it because it already had prepared educational platform online for exams, for allocation of study materials and communication with teachers, and actual database. So it was a bit easier to implement. However, it still had issues with many teachers not having the qualifications to use such platforms like Microsoft Teams or Zoom or others. And it was basically hard-proof tested with this in actuality. And I think I told about it, but in general, the main response to COVID from the government of Ukraine was implementation of the mask regime, obviously, and social safety standards measures, and the quarantine itself. But switching to what the phases of COVID response were from university. In the initial phase, I would say there was lacking a response to appearance of the disease in the news, initial appearance of it in Wuhan, because when it all appeared, most of the global world organizations, they pointed out how it can become a pandemic. However, from my university at the time, there was no response, and no commission or a group was created in order to observe the situation and be prepared to react to it. And similarly, no commission was prepared from the government of Ukraine as well. And once everything started, the decision was to forcefully and quickly implement whatever was possible to implement. So in the active phase, the first implementations were obviously the strict implementations of mask regime, of social distancing and social limitations, as well as obviously of the quarantine. And university followed this as well. It obviously introduced on-campus hygiene measures, mask regimes, social distancing, and switched to strict lockdown with only online studying when the situation turned to a red zone. And however, what was important is that even though university followed the recommendations of Ministry of Education, it implemented it kind of in its own way. And I would say Hill Academy was one of the universities that was the most lenient with switching to distant learning, in the sense that it only made the first and the second tiers of studies to switch to the distant learning in the beginning. Only when the situation was super dire, it forced the older years of studies to switch as well, and some specializations were not even never actually went to distant learning because they needed kind of to be to hold face-to-face studies. Although the reason for that was because the university did not have enough resources to make these special classes proper online. And obviously, post-COVID phase, there was the slow of limitations, encouraging vaccination, and in university you weren't able to. The university switched to face-to-face education. However, the students were not allowed to enter the university if they were not vaccinated. You had to provide a paper that confirmed that you are vaccinated. And in the university as well, the experience COVID crisis and its limitations became useful in the context of the Russian invasion in 2022, especially during the constant rocket attacks, as the university introduced quickly, especially at the beginning of the war, this switch to the distant learning, and only later slowly came back to the face-to-face education. As for the problems,
Dmitro, sorry, I'm interrupting you. Can you just go to the conclusions?
Okay. The quick problems were inefficiency, lack of trust of students, slacking of students, failure of administration to provide everything correctly and efficiently, and technical difficulties. My personal opinion is that the implementation of the policy was inconsistent and thus inefficient because of some issues that I already mentioned, and also because of the lack of compassion of students towards the teachers who were not always capable of doing everything correctly. For the personal strategy, I would have done differently a bit than was done. I would have implemented a special commission when the first news about COVID have been spread. The situation of Wuhan was escalated, and etc. And this commission would direct the university how to react quickly to it. And obviously, there should be a implementation of state regulations and also specific regulations of the university. Obviously, as it was done, I would switch the education to distance learning on the online platform of Noma, connected with Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and obviously the pre-work to guide the teaching staff to how to properly conduct online classes. The funding would be done from the university budget and allocated from the government itself. And unfortunately, as there is no time to test this, the situation would have been helped proved by the crisis itself. And there is also the reference list. That's it.
Okay, Dmitro, thank you very much for very nice session. You decided to touch still important problem. I mean, the education at a higher level. Thank you very much. As I remember, each is gonna be the next presenter.
Yes, I can give presentation.
So the floor is yours. Please feel free to share the screen.
you see my screen?
Yeah, who pay for that money? Yeah.
Okay. So hello everyone. My topic today is about self-renovation of the residential areas in China. I will give special cases to make them more convincible. And I would like to make a brief introduction of the Chinese economic. I mean, since China began to reform and opening up since the 1980s, China's economy has experienced many years. I mean, growth process, but however, in the last 40 years, it's still a highly export rate oriented country, depends on the developing the country, which means the domestic consumer demand is relatively weak, and they are not largely to contribute to the economic boost. So in these cases, real estimate economy has become an important part to support and stimulate the domestic economy, and that's also where the problems arises from. So in the background of which factors, which variables attributed to the self-renovation, this new situation happened in China in 2024. There are several cases. First of all, it is the economical downturn. We can give many explanations, reasons for it. Decoupling, the French capital escaped from China, and we also have some domestic problems like our industrial upgrading is slowly compared with the population. But one of most obvious consequence of it is the local government faced a very strained financial status. That's why the traditional government lead model renovation and the demolition of the old buildings is no longer sustainable, because in this model it's government leaded and gave a very generous compensation for the people living in the old buildings, because their profit can be much more bigger than this compensation. But however, right now government don't really have money, so it's on the residents. They have to do something. They have to do some initiative actions to make the renovation and the demolition. That's why it's so-called self-renovations. And it's also about the real estate development is coming to the ending. There, I mean, in the meanwhile, also means the urbanization of in China come to the ending when it comes to the infrastructure and new buildings, residentials. I mean, they're no longer leading. That's why the real estate company then also meets the problem. They need to transfer, because right now there is still increasing urban renewals need when it comes to comfort, security, and modernity. And the COVID-19 is also very, I mean, deeply shaping the self-renovation. I mean, the hard lapping at the ending 2023 and the strict regulations during the epidemic era has badly shaping the Chinese, especially industrial economy. So, and also it increased the people's concern about safety, because during the epidemic, I mean, most people, they're not even to take a stand of their doors. And many people then don't share the independent room to share the kitchen and another public area. Of course, it increases the risk of being infected. And surprisingly, the COVID-19 also increased the and the independence of the neighborhood community in China. I mean, theoretically, the neighborhood community and in the city and the country community in the countryside, they're the two. I mean, both of them, they're the directly democracy in China as a constitutional guaranteed. But however, since a long time, I mean, no one really paid attention to it. So it's just the formal electoral forms and the leaders which is agreed by the government, and that's it. Because the members and the leaders of the neighborhood communities take much responsibility and then don't really have the income, so no one are really interested in it. But however, during the epidemic, I mean, because most people they're so unsatisfied with no efficiency and the bureaucratic process of the neighborhood community. So that's why they decide to take over it and hold the real neighborhood community. To make the comprehension it with even with the Paris communes in the 1871s, it really means the first time exercise of this anarchist and the direct democratic practice. It's a bit realistic and also ridiculously. That's why if the government cannot really take in charge of then can make some new and following up place to combine to collaborate with self-renovation from the neighborhood community. There is about launch point of China. There are two kinds of house or property in China. First one is a commercial property, and second one is affordable housing. The second one is for the minority and the weakless group in the society, but considering with the comfort, flexibility, requirement, and also the social position to some extent. Most people living in the commercial property, and that's also I try to emphasize on and will be used in the cases. So in the cases of the name is a second garden in the Chengdu city. So why it's important? Because up to now, it's cases of the self demolition and renovation in China. It has a very widely represented because there is over 10,000 in there. I mean, live in this pink area, so it's the highest population the city and with the most buildings. It's built in the late 1990s, and that's one of the earliest commercial housing neighborhoods. So even if it has a over 30 years old history, but however, whether the quality and the aesthetic is not so good. It happens to many countries. In the case of the German after Second World War and the Brezhnev and the Gorbachev buildings in the Western Europe and Russia, they're not so good in quality and their looks. So there are a few pictures can give us more vivid impression. We can look at it has many problems. I mean, the road condition is bad, and there are too many unordered, maybe even illegal stores and videos, and also there are some problems in the in the facade of the things which this is sharply weathered can bring some problems in the case of emergency. We shouldn't forget that the Chengdu city is located in the most frequent earthquake area of the world, bring some problems. Then I would like to divide into the 5 characters to introduce you these cases and event. The firstly important is information from the governmental and property development models to the self-renovation models. So in these cases, I mean, this anarchist, this really direct democratic groups that have strong motivation and initiative to improve their living conditions. So they will take the initiative, and the government is supporting in legal norms, regulations. Maybe they can also give some professional guidance or to help the groups to coordinate with another social or private groups. And the property development, we need them to be profitable. Another one part to persuade them to participate in this event. And another social capitals, in the cases of organizations, expert, we also welcome their being participating. So in the ideal, that's the ideal situation. In the final goals, we hope the old buildings can be demolished because they have some inner and systematic problems. So in a very small range, it cannot be repaired, and we need to build in the new residential buildings. So that's our agenda setting. And when it comes to the formulation, we need to gather all the residents' agreement. I mean, firstly, because only based on that we can apply to the government and receive government approval. But however, 100% is definitely richness. In the sociology, if there are more people, it's more harder to make the consensus. But if we have over maybe 19 or 19.5, that's the majority agree and think this kind of active actions is beneficial. So that's supposed to be enough. The government should modify the regulations, the norms to suit the situation, and that's what we to explain it later. And the second step is to establish of the professional community for evaluation. There are many dimensions deserve to evaluate it, like the contemporary commendation, like where we should put these people while the new building is during the process. And maybe we can also should make the subdivided scientific compensation scheme to the different residents. In the examples, if you want to occupy a new elevator, the residents living in the ground floor and living in the third floor is definitely be different, because even the ground floor then don't really beneficial from the elevator. So in this case, maybe we can give them more and more flexible for them to make them feel better to agree with us. And we also need to think about the surroundings impact, and there's also another difficulty and challenges. The normal and who pay for the money, that's the most important, because without the starting
I'm sorry that interrupting you. Sorry. Just go through the conclusions, okay? The main findings. Is it possible?
Yes, it's
okay.
possible.
Thank you.
So the conclusion I would like to say is running the first time, both for the residents, local government, and social capitals to exercise and meet this new situation. So if this cases, will be implemented successfully, I would like to say it's the first time to become the self-governance and also the governmental localities in the true sense of the word. And these cases will be researched, will be emulated to help the Chinese self-governments and local policies optimization, and also then will in realistic dimensions, then will help China to accelerate the economic development. Okay, that's the references I place it on your attentions.
Ichi, thank you very much for the presentation. The problem is huge for sure, not only in China, but I believe that even here in Europe. The perspective seems to be very, let's say, well structured and interesting at the same time. Thank you very much. Anna. Ichi, would you be so kind to just stop sharing the screen? Thank you very much. And Anna is holding her hand just to replace you.
Yes, can you see my presentation?
It's starting, yes, unemployment in Wielkopolska region. Everything's fine.
Exactly.
So the floor is yours.
I'll try to be as quick as possible. So just few like basic informations. Wielkopolska, also known as Greater Poland, holds significant historical importance as it was the birthplace of the Polish state. It's one of the 16 voivodeships located in the western part of the country. It's, so as some might call it, a powerhouse of Poland. It has a strong industrial base, also with the Balta River, which is one of the major rivers in the country. It provides the essential water resources to support the agriculture activity of the region. Regarding the local government structure, it will fall under like jurisdiction of local government bodies at various levels. At the and the specific executive and legislative bodies in Wielkopolska would include the voivode, who is the appointed representative of the central government in the voivodeship, and this person oversees the implementation of national policies and administration within the region. The voivodeship Sejming is the regional legislative body responsible for adopting local regulations and overseeing regional affairs. It consists of elected representatives from local municipalities and counties within the voivodeship. The Marshal's Office of the voivodeship heads the executive branch of the regional government. They're responsible for implementing regional policies, managing regional institutions, and representing the voivodeship externally. And they're like regional offices as well. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic caused disruptions to the global economy, leading to business closures and supply chain interruption and reduced consumer demand, which resulted in widespread layoffs and job losses across various sectors, contributing to an increase in unemployment rates. And certain industries have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic, leading to a higher unemployment rates within these sectors. For example, industries such as hospitality, tourism, entertainment, and retail have experienced higher declines in revenue. Also, small and medium-sized enterprises often lack the financial resources and resilience to withstand prolonged periods of economic uncertainty. Many of those in Wielkopolska have been forced to reduce their workforce or even shut down. The pandemic has had a particular impact on young people and just entering the labor market, and other vulnerable groups such as the low-skilled workers, migrants, and other individuals, for example, with employment arrangements. And worth mentioning also, as we all know, unemployment not only affects the individual's financial well-being, but also broader psychological and social consequences, which then in the longer period makes it harder to get a job. And at the end of December 2020, the Registry of District Labor Offices in Wielkopolskie Voivodeship encompassed 61,000 unemployed individuals, which constituted 5.8% of the total number of registered unemployment individuals in Poland, which was an increase compared to 2019. The decreasing trend in unemployment, which has been going on since 2013, changed then, and the population of unemployed individuals increased, even compared to the average in the country, and the highest number of unemployed individuals was registered in Poznań, which is like the big city in the voivodeship. And women accounted for over for almost 60% of unemployment individuals in the province, with a percentage of over 2% less than in 2019, but almost 5 percentage points higher than the national average. And among these unemployed, the majority were previously employed individuals, which related to the workplace and the pandemic situation. As you can see on this map, regional disparities exist within Poland, and some voivodeships have consistently faced higher unemployment rates than others, which can be influenced by factors such as industrial structure and investment attractiveness. And as I said, Wielkopolska historically has been one of the more economically developed regions in Poland, but it was still bad even there. So since the beginning of the year, employers have been emphasizing the need for a change in policy of the active measures to counterattack unemployment, and the priorities set by authorities after the COVID pandemic were maintaining high employment levels through the activation of underutilized labor resources, focusing on young people, long-term unemployed individuals, economically inactive mothers, and individuals over 50 years old. And the other one was enhancing the utilization of human capital in the labor market through improving education quality, aligning education with market needs, and increasing adult competency through lifelong learning. They also showed significant interest in utilizing the National Training Fund to support the continuous education of workforce, addressing skill gaps, and enhancing competitiveness. Over the past years, the legislative and institutional solutions have introduced formal and organizational distinctiveness between local government bodies and governmental bodies, and the employment system can be characterized as the government local, with decentralization being a significant feature that provokes independence to each unit. And the employment services in this region include the Voivodeship Labor Office in Poznań, along with other branches, and 31 district labor offices. At the provincial level, the authority responsible for employment matters is the Marshal of the Wielkopolski Voivodeship, who is tasked with defining and coordinating the regional policy for the labor market and human resources development. And another way of dealing with the problem was registering and processing electronically submitted applications, enabling the funds from the employee benefits to entrepreneurs for subsidizing employee salaries and those contributors. Now on to my view. I think that the current activities of the local government demonstrate a somehow proactive approach. However, there is still room for improvement in terms of implementing more targeted strategies and enhancing collaboration with stakeholders to achieve more sustainable results. And how I would like to achieve it is to perhaps promote entrepreneurship and support the growth of small and medium-sized businesses to create new job opportunities, and ensure social inclusion and support vulnerable groups affected by the unemployment. Also, on like more organizational level, focus on the infrastructure, because many people want to work, but for example, in rural areas without a car, it's very hard to get a job and travel to it. And sources of financing would be the government funding, also access to EU funding programs, dedicated employment. And
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry that interrupting. I'm not sure about the rest of you. However, I can see just the black screen. I'm not sure if you want to share some data or information.
There should be one more, but it's nothing
Okay.
important. They're just my opinion.
Okay.
I'm already saying that. I'm finishing.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, seek funding from philanthropic organizations and foundation committed to social welfare and economic development. Thank you. That's it.
So my speech, let's say, my remarks was about time almost. So thank you very much, Ania, for a very interesting presentation. You decided to touch important problem, important issue, even now. And the last presenter from the first group, Roxanne, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So if you're ready, please feel free to share the screen.
Okay. Just if you could let me know if you can.
Healthcare in Lubuskie Voivodeship post-COVID-19.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So I decided to do my presentation on hospitals and overall healthcare and how it looked during COVID mostly, but also after. So I'll try to do it also as fast as possible. Just the quick characteristics, maybe. Well, I mostly focused on Lubuskie as the whole voivodeship in my presentation, but Zielona Góra is the city which you can really see the influence of the pandemic most on. So I usually talk about Zielona Góra itself. I think Lubuskie is an interesting voivodeship just because it's economically disadvantaged, like in areas, and there are many disparities between rural and urban areas in this voivodeship. It also contains abundant natural resources, as 49% of Lubuskie is forests, so many policies on conservation and sustainable land use are implemented in this voivodeship. So for the local government characteristics, well, it's very basic. It's similar to the rest of Poland. So we have the mayor, who is Janusz Kubicki. Well, his responsibilities are, well, not basic, but common to other mayors. So obviously he manages the city's budget, for example, and represents the city in external affairs. He's supported by many different departments, for example, Department of Finance and Budget, who help him out a lot. And then for the legislative body, we have the City Council. And the council members are elected by residents, obviously during local elections. And we have currently 25 councillors in the City Council. And then the City Council can establish committees or commissions, for example, to examine specific issues in more detail, and then they make recommendations to the full council. Here is a photo of the president, as I said, Janusz Kubicki. So now more focusing on the healthcare itself and hospitals. So the main things that happened during the pandemic were, for example, changes in hospital departments. So in a city close to the border of Germany, Słubice, which is like very small, but there's only one hospital in that area. So they decided to get rid of the gynecology department in this hospital, and was closed down, well, in order to allow more floors to be dedicated to COVID-19 patients. And this was a bit of a controversial move, since a gynecology department is always needed in these hospitals. So people weren't really sure if that was a good idea. Many staffing adjustments were made in Lubuskie voivodeship. So, for example, many people were hired strictly to perform COVID-19 tests on people and didn't have any other responsibilities. So there had to be like many people added to the working of the hospital. There was obviously an adaptation of services. So this relates kind of back to the changes in hospital departments. So some of hospitals shifted their resources to focus more on COVID-19. So they scaled back from non-urgent services, but they prioritized resources where they were most needed, really, during the pandemic. They also implemented rigorous infection control protocols because they wanted, obviously, to prevent the spread of COVID-19. So they also enhanced cleaning procedures, and with this also came the staffing adjustments because they needed more cleaning staff, for example. And this really impacted the hospital finances. So, as I said, increased expenses, more shifts at the hospital were needed, as for example, the job of a nurse or a doctor became more dangerous and more serious, and also the cost of new equipment came. And there was also actually a revenue loss seen in these hospitals as they experienced a decline in non-urgent procedures as they decide to cut down in many departments, as I said before. So also elective surgeries were postponed or cancelled to prioritize COVID-19 care. And for example, the hospital in Zielona Góra decided to send out a lot of patients to other hospitals in Poland. So their revenue obviously was at a loss. The activities which were undertaken to solve these problems was obviously the financial assistance of the government and them trying to make up for the revenue loss of the hospital. Telemedicine was invented, so this was basically reducing the risk of the virus transmission and providing care to patients while minimizing in-person contact. So these hospitals also implemented this telemedicine services for consultations, follow-ups, and also monitoring of the patient's health. And we can still see it to this day. I think it's still happening, so it's something that stayed. Cheaper medical equipment was used over time. So, for example, face masks, as they were getting very popular, the price definitely started decreasing, so the hospital could afford more of them. And while the face mask policy was implemented in order to stop spreading the virus, there were no walk-in visitors allowed in hospitals anymore. So patients who were laying in hospital, no matter if they were COVID-19 patients or patients with other serious diseases, their family couldn't see them. And then React EU happened, which was a financial program from the EU that gave 100 million zloty to hospitals trying to decrease their revenue loss. So maybe not an opinion of mine, I decided to look at pros and cons of all the things they implemented. But the financial assistance from the government was obviously a good thing, and it helped hospitals cover increased expenses. They provided support to offset revenue losses from cancelled elective procedures, but a con could be that the government funding may be insufficient to fully cover all pandemic-related expenses, as it was something that Poland itself as a country wasn't really ready for. For telemedicine, well, it was a good thing as it reduced the risk of virus transmission and increased access to medical care to people who were also scared of leaving their house. But then for the cons, we have limited accessibility for patients. For example, to those who had inadequate technology at home or no internet access. And also, as we know, some medical conditions may require in-person evaluation or diagnostic tests, which you obviously can't have over the phone. For the use of cheaper medical equipment, for example, vaccines and face masks, it was a effective protection against transmission, and cost-effective solutions allow for broader distribution and availability, especially in resource-constrained settings. While for a con, I would say that quality the concerns may arise with cheaper medical equipment, because if something was expensive at the beginning and suddenly it got really cheap, people would, I think, start to question that. For the dedicated COVID-19 hospital floors and getting rid of certain departments, well, a pro would definitely be the help in containing the spread of the virus within healthcare facilities by almost, we could say, segregating the patients. And it allowed the hospital to allocate resources and staff more efficiently to manage COVID-19 cases. But then econ would be the limited capacity on these floors, and it may lead to overcrowding at time, and it's going to put a strain on resources. And then patients with non-COVID-19 situations and conditions not related to the virus may experience delays or reduced access. For the financial program and overall just the walk-in visitors, again, financial resources were great to support the healthcare systems, and supplements national funding and helps address gaps in resources and infrastructure. But then again, these distributions of funds may be uneven or delayed, and this would impact timely access to support for hospitals in need. So now I was thinking what I would do in that situation, and I think a strategy should be invented that would have good long-term effects. So for example, well, in analyzing the initial situation, they obviously face financial strain due to increased expenses and revenue losses. So I think the hospitals were almost overwhelmed with the COVID-19 cases, and it led to staff burnout. So access to medical care was definitely limited, particularly for vulnerable populations and those in remote areas. And as I said at the beginning, the Lubuskie voivodeship is definitely known for the disparities between these areas. So I would ensure adequate funding for healthcare institutions to cover just pandemic-related expenses and the most important ones to maintain essential services. So I would expand access to medical care and focus on telemedicine to make sure that it's going to reach all underserved populations and minimize the risk of the virus transmission. Also support healthcare workers with adequate resources and training, but also provide them with mental health services to address the burnout and stress which they witnessed during the pandemic. And also, I think I would implement a government-funded relief package to provide financial assistance to hospitals and healthcare providers. So again, invest in technology infrastructure to support remote consultations of the patients, and also maybe distribute free or subsidized face masks and other protective equipment, and also establish dedicated COVID-19 treatment centers or hospitals to, let's say, elevate the pressure on existing healthcare facilities. So for the sources, I would again turn to the government and find funds allocated specifically for COVID-19 responses, but also maybe donations from philanthropic organizations, businesses, and individuals. So yeah, I think funding would be the most important thing, because inadequate funding or resources may limit the implementation of the planned actions, and it would still lead to ongoing healthcare challenges. So it's something that has to be addressed straight away, I think. And my references, and that's everything. Thank you.
Okay, Roxana, thank you very much. The problem is huge, still important. I mean, the healthcare, not only in Lubuskie voivodeship, but in the whole country, whole region. Okay, so thank you very much, Roxana. Thank you all. I mean, Aisha, Dmytro, Emily, Anna, Ichi, and Roxana, of course. I'm satisfied with your works and hope the rest of the participants have the same feelings and opinions. Just to do not waste time. Let's skip further. I mean, we've got some let's say new presenters. I mean, Pelin, Roisin, and Henry for sure. Are you there, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello,
Okay.
hello everyone.
Good morning. Hope you are fine, and I'm just wondering who is gonna to start. Any volunteers?
Yeah, I can.
Okay,
oh, yeah,
Henry, go ahead. Please feel free to share your screen.
Yeah. Sorry, 1 second. I just got to upload it.
Okay.
Cool. So yeah, it's local marketing strategies post-COVID. So I chose where I'm
Yes,
from.
we can see the screen, so everything is fine.
Perfect. Yeah. So I just chose Windsor because it's where I'm from, and the local council is called the Royal Borough of Windsor and Maidenhead. So what that means is that's the main stakeholder, Windsor and Maidenhead. It's a unitary authority, which basically means it's a catch-all term for councils in large suburban areas. So not like a rural county and not a city, which is like metropolitan, like London or Liverpool. It's like somewhere in between. So they've got a lot of different responsibilities, from tax raising, the environment, property management, asset management, and marketing. They just kind of do everything themselves. The only difference in the UK that might be unique is the level of private-public cooperation. So there's a lot of private involvement in political matters, especially at this level. So the councils essentially operate as businesses. They manage assets, they want a return on investment, they give out contracts to whoever would be cheapest. So the action plan for tourism basically says that the UK generally is seeing declining tourism due to Brexit, of course, and COVID has had the expected broad and negative impact on the number of visitors. But as we can see there, from 2018 to 2022, it hasn't really been affected too much. The footfall numbers, so the number of people visiting Windsor in particular, has actually not declined very much. And in 2022, it's the highest it's been for a long time. Yeah, it's kind of picking up at the end there. So how can we improve this? It already seems pretty strong. So I think the target areas that I went for were the fact that 70% of visitors are adult only, and the vast majority are from within the UK. So these are older people, retired people who are coming in on the bus for day trips and things like that. So I thought younger travellers should be targeted, especially from Europe, for weekend trips. So Windsor is only 1 hour from London, so it can definitely be included as part of a weekend or something like that. The current marketing activity, so it's dependent on web traffic and word of mouth, according to the council's data, which is quite old-fashioned, and it depends heavily on older domestic tourists who already know the place and they just come a few times a year. So not many new kind of demographics are visiting Windsor. So in 2016, it's a few years old, but this is the latest one I could find, unfortunately. Only 3% of people surveyed by the council stated that they visited due to social media. So even in 2016, only 3% of people are visiting Windsor because of the social media content that they've seen. And I think we can all agree that that's really low, especially in these modern times, right? So obviously there's a lot of information out there. Millennials are more likely to spend more money. That generation's coming through. They've got more money, and they would rather spend their money on life experiences like traveling and concerts than save for retirement. So totally different demographic and needs a different strategy. So RBWM has switched its focus more to social media. So as we saw on the last slide, they've got quite a nice social media page, and we'll see the followers and data stuff next slide. But they could be doing more, and it could be more targeted and could have a more cohesive strategy, right? So, and we know that anything can be marketed, But we've got to be cautious because Windsor is quite an old brand, and we've got to get the tone right. So we can't really sort of just like chase young millennial customers in like a really silly way. It's got to be done. It's got to be done properly. It's got to be done properly. So how do we do that? Yeah, make considerations. So we can't really kill a cash cow because the tourism in this area is worth like a lot of money. And the marketing policy so far is rightly conservative because it's already providing a huge income. So no radical action is really needed, nothing too crazy, no rebrand or anything like that, just a bit of social media savviness. So we want to basically boost the popularity in these new younger demographics, millennials and Gen Z. So the target areas here, you can see Instagram, only got 10,000 followers. Twitter, only 8,000 followers. I don't really know if Twitter is really used for that kind of thing, but it's still quite low. And Facebook, 4.4% average engagement, not very much. And only 1,400 competition entrants. So, for example, when they're doing little games and contests to win stuff, they're only getting 1,400 people actually taking part, which is really, really low. So we need to drive the engagement, right? And that actually 7.9% post engagement with Instagram is quite high. It's quite high, but very low followers. So as we know, they've got quite a small and loyal demographic of people who know Windsor really well and will visit very frequently. And so we need to just like kind of broaden that out. So the idea generally is to use micro-influencers. So the data is very, very broad, but basically the first thing Google said was that it will cost around £350 to £1,000, depending on the number of followers the influencer has. And the idea is to essentially just pump these micro-influencers with, you know, videos and photos of Windsor Castle and all the tea shops and things like that, and just drive the post engagement and the reach, mainly through Instagram, I would say, because I think that's where a lot of the travel content is. So micro-influencers, London, young travellers, that's essentially what we're targeting here. So the post engagement needs to be increased. And the use of micro-influencers would help that because their post engagement is on average 60% or up to 60% higher than macro influencers, than the people who have lots and lots of followers. And day trips from London are organised by a range of really small private companies. So when I go to Windsor, it's like, you know, 24 different bus companies, 24 different travel companies, each taking, you know, 30 people from London or from wherever else for the day. And this can be centralised. The council should create a travel company specifically targeting day trippers from London. And they can do that. They have the power to create companies because, as we know, that it's like a private business, these councils. So they could easily create something like that and market it. And the marketing campaign should also include local restaurants, tea shops, cafes, and pubs, and basically move towards the trends in experiences. So Windsor Castle could easily be sold as like an experience, right? As we saw on the previous slide, their Instagram is mainly about the tea shops and the cafes and things, but it's not really focusing on the experience as such. So that needs to be pushed more. And then just some smart goals. So what we're trying to achieve has got to be specific. So we want to increase social media presence, follower numbers, and post engagement. Is it going to be measurable? I think 10% above natural growth in 1 year, because the growth is kind of stagnating. As we saw in the graph, the footfall is kind of remained very, very stable. And I don't know if that's sustainable. So we want to boost the metrics by 10%. Let's get more people following the account and engaging with RBWM posts. Is it attainable? Yeah, the impact of micro-influencers is very well documented. So I think it's attainable to get 10% growth in 1 year, but with a relatively small budget. Is it relevant? Tourism is a vital source of income for RBWM, and young people are spending a lot of money on it. So I think it does make sense. But the only risk is, of course, not to go too far and then keep it relatively conservative so that we don't lose the older demographic who are already spending lots of money. And is there a deadline? I think we'll go with 1 year, right? Like 10% in 1 year, and then adjust the strategy accordingly to see what we're doing different. And we have all the data available, so it should be okay. And then overall conclusions. The costs of social media marketing are quite minimal when done appropriately, using like SEO stuff, data analytics. You know, if you do it right, it's not too expensive. And harnessing the area's young local population of students to spread the word. I mean, it doesn't have to be micro-influencers, it can just be students or anybody. Strategically employing micro-influencers in the southeast of the UK. Also Europe, I would say. Lots of people come over from France on the ferry and the bus. Can have a huge impact. And Windsor benefits from organic popularity anyway, because people kind of already know it. So projecting this onto the younger generation should be fairly simple. and the use of data and tailored content. So promoting the food scene, the history, the nature, separately depending on the consumer's interest. So obviously we can use the algorithm to promote whatever we think the consumer will want to see. So it's essentially taking the existing tourism strategy, which already seems to be working quite well, and basically just elevating it for standards. So by optimizing the use of social media, essentially. That's everything. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Henry, for such a smart presentation. It's very nice to hear that you decide to work on the tourism as one of many sectoral policies, so on the basis of the your home country, I mean the region. Yes, so one more time, thank you very much. And let's skip to Pelin or Rosin.
If you want, I can.
Pelin, are you
continue.
ready?
Yes, yes. Okay.
Okay.
I'm
So
trying
you waiting
share
for the screen?
Yeah. Mhm. Everything is okay? You can see my screen?
I'm not sure. I'm just able. Okay, now it's okay. Antalya St. Nicholas Memorial Museum.
Yes. Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Pelin. I'm from Turkey, and today I will talk about my local marketing project for Antalya St. Nicholas Memorial Museum. This project aims to increase the number of visitors to the Antalya St. Nicholas Memorial Museum by making it more popular in the context of faith tourism and to contribute to the existing tourism activities of Demre. And who is St. Nicholas? I think everyone knows. He is known as also Santa Claus and Sinterklaas, and he is an important figure in Christian society. He was born in 300 AD as the son of a wealthy family in Patara. Patara is within the borders of Turkey, and it was one of the most important port cities of the period. Also, Lycian Civilization Union Assembly Building is located in Patara. You can visit it there. You can visit there also. And Santa is regarded as the guardian of the children and sailors. Many stories about his helpfulness have survived to this day. And one of the most famous stories concerns the three poor girls quickly financing their dowries. Also, he became the bishop of the Mira. Mira also is called the Demre today. And Santa died on the 6th December 365 AD when he was 65 years old in the Mira. Why St. Nicholas Church is important? Because this church was a pilgrimage center during the Middle Ages. Those who went to Jerusalem by sea, they had to stop at the port of Miran, and they visited the Santa Nicholas Church. Today, people from all around the world come to the church on the 6th December to memory and pray for him. Now I will continue some characteristics of the place, but first of all, I would like to talk about city center Antalya. Antalya is a tourism center in the south of Turkey. It's centered on the Mediterranean coast, and it has a population of approximately 2.4 million. The most important reason why Antalya is a tourist destination is its natural beauties. It has many beaches. Also, there are many famous waterfalls around the city, and there are many hotels provide very good standards of the service. Apart from its natural beauties, very important historical buildings and ancient cities are located in Antalya. Also, entertainment opportunities for tourists are abundant, and it hosts many festivals such as film, music, and dance. According to last data from the 2023, the total number of tourists coming to the Antalya was approximately 15.7 million people, and Antalya's income from tourism was $14 billion. And let's continue with the Mira, Demre. Demre is a district of Antalya. It's 150 kilometers away from the city center. According to latest data, its population is approximately 26,000 people. And the main source of income for Demre people is agriculture. On the fertile plains and its favorable climate, early season vegetable cultivation and citrus fruit production are common. On the other hand, Demre is a tourist resort due to its historical backgrounds and geographical location. And there are many ancient cities located in there. Also, it has a very clean sea. And however, despite all of these, it cannot be seen that it benefits from the tourism sufficiently. The reason for this is the difficult transportation and scarcity of the accommodation facilities, and therefore the lack of the development of the service sectors. Now I will continue characteristics of the local government, but first of all, I will give you general information about Turkey. Turkey's local governments are divided into civil administration and local administration. Civil administrations are subordinated to Ministry of Internal Affairs. Governors to cities and district governors to district are appointed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs as the civil authorities of the state. Civil authorities are also responsible for other state institutions, such as provincial and district culture and tourism directorates. And local administrations are also affiliated with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. However, there is no appointment here. In local elections, people directly elect the mayor in the cities and the districts. Mayors are responsible for the entire infrastructure and superstructure of the city or the district they are responsible for. Now I will continue with the Demre. Since Demre is a district of Antalya, the civil administration has a district governor as a chief, and the local government has a district mayor as its chiefs. When we look at the management relation in the context of the St. Nicholas Memorial Museum, we encounter the district directorate. This unit is affiliated with the museum directorates in the provincial organization of the General Director of Cultural Heritage and Museum. It belongs to the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. This institution carries out all promotional organizations and managements of the St. Nicholas Memorial Museum. Now I continue with the characteristics of the current marketing. When we look at the promotional activities of the museum, we see the general information about the museum, such as history, physical facilities, opening hours, ticket prices, location, and events to be held in the museum. And also promotional video and brochures are published in the museum and Museum.gov.tr websites. These are created by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, and they prepare some videos about it. This is the websites, and I will show the short video. Actually, it has a sound, but I couldn't hear. Why, I don't know. Okay.
Oh, we cannot see it.
You cannot see it.
Mm-mm.
Okay. I added this. Okay. Sorry. Did you see my? Do you see my screen now?
Not now.
My presentation didn't seem. No.
Nothing.
Okay, I will share again. Sorry. Did you see?
Yes, now it's okay.
Okay. Okay, I put the website here. If you want, you can see, use this website. I will continue my presentation. And my personal opinion. In my opinion, the promotional activities for the museum are quite inadequate, while the tomb of such an important figure for the Christian world and the church built in his name should have caused an influx of visitors from all around the world to the region. But when we look at the numbers today, it's clear that this is far behind. While the number of foreign tourists coming to Antalya in the last year was approximately 60 million, in the same year, the number of the visitors to the museum was recorded as the 200,000 people. The number of visitors may be due to the inadequacy of the city's infrastructure, such as accommodation and the difficulty of transportation due to geographical conditions. However, this can be improved with support from the local government. I will touch on this issue later. However, increasing awareness of this museum, which is under the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, should be an activity beyond the providing general information about the museum on its website. In fact, for the promotion of these places in the 50s, a stamp was printed in the same name of the St. Nicholas, and a book was written his name in the 80s. Both promotional activities made a great impact in different parts of the world and managed to attract the attention of the foreign tourists to the region. Today, various methods can be used to increase interest here. I made the SWOT analysis, and when we look at the strengths, there are 4 important points here. These are historical significance, rich culture, heritage, support from the ministry, also proven interest in the St. Nicholas. When we look from the weakness, there are 3 important points, and inadequate marketing efforts, limited accessibility, and lack of infrastructure. And from the opportunities, for achievable opportunities, ideas are capitalizing paid tourism, using digital media, organizing cultural festival and events, also making partnership with travel agencies. And from the threats, we have 2 threats here. First one, economic and political challenge. Second one, transportation and infrastructure limitations. When we look at the goals to achieve for the St. Nicholas Museum, first of all, I want to increase the number of visitors to the museum by making it more popular in the context of paid tourism and to contribute to the existing tourism activities of the Demre. Hence, the main income of the Demre's people will not only be agriculture, they will also earn their lives from tourism. In addition, Antalya and around it will be known not only as a summer destination, but also one of the important sanctuary areas. And examples of the actions. Before improving the marketing actions of the museum, first of all, the transportation and accommodation facilities of the Demre should be improved. Therefore, here, the district municipality and city municipality should coordinate with one another by focusing on these issues and creating solutions. For example, they can catch the new investor attentions to Demre by giving incentives, such as providing area or low tax. So new hotels, restaurants, cafes, bars, and shops for tourist interest can be opened by them. To proceed new investors to invest in Demre, it should be guaranteed that this place will be lived for 12 months, not only around the 6th December. This project already aims to that. Therefore, it has to that Demre and particularly St. Nicholas Museum are transformed to be an attractive place for tourists for the whole year. In this point, Ministry of Tourism and Culture has to make suitable and attractive themes because I'm sorry. Because this museum management and control is under the ministry. So what can we ministry make for museum in order to catch tourist attention for 12 months? First of all, it can organize events for St. Nicholas by not depending on the 6th of December, but many times all the year. And the ministry can invite Christian churches and leaders from all around the world for these special events. Secondly, it can add a multimedia building close to the St. Nicholas Memorial Museum. In this building, Mary miracle stories about him can be shown like a short movies. Thirdly, whoever visits the museum as a prayer can be accepted with discount tickets for normal time and free tickets for December. And the Ministry of Culture and Tourism also are responsible for improving marketing and promoting promoting of the museum. They also make many actions to more visible to the museum around the world. In this context, the ministry actions can consist of different plans of the as follows. First of all, the ministry can put information, events and opportunities about the museum on Turkey's promoting advertisements for target countries that have a high Christian population. Secondly, the ministry can make social media advertisements related to museum in the target group. Moreover, it can invite social media influencers from these countries in order to promote the museum in their homelands. And thirdly, it can make an agreement with domestic and foreign travel agencies to put the museum as a destination point in exchange for incentives. And lastly, ministry can invite Christian church organizations and leaders from the target countries to see the museum and attend the events and festival for St. Nicholas. I believe that these methods can help to promote more visible of the museum. When we look at the source, this year budget of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism is 48 billion Turkish lira. And this amount is well enough for adding new things such as multimedia building into the museum, organizing events, and also spending on marketing actions like inviting people and making agreements with the tourist agencies. And how can we check our success? There can be many ways to check the goals. First of all, we can compare the sales number of museum tickets in years between before and after marketing activities. This gives us the most correct result to show whether the goal has been achieved or not, because the project's goal is to increase number of tourists visiting museum. The second one, we can check the number of trips made by vehicles during a day to Demre. And third one, we can look at the tourist members accommodating in Demre. And lastly, we can evaluate how much income the people of Demre earn from the tourism. And last part, estimate how can we estimate our risk of failure. There are 3 points. First one, if the target audience cannot be reached in the marketing activities, the risk of failure will increase. Second one, the necessary investments are not made in district and museums. The number of tourists will not increase. And third one, in crisis in the countries and crisis in the countries, economic and political climate will cause a decrease in the expected number of tourists. Okay, thank you for listening. My presentation is end now.
Okay, Patty. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. We all of us know the St. Nicholas quite well. However, it's nice to hear that there is a chance to implement the whole of South Nicholas within the local marketing strategy in Turkey.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And it seems that there is a time for Roisin to present something. Am I right?
Yes, for sure. I can start now. Just bear with me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and everything is visible.
Perfect. Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Roisin, and this is my presentation for local marketing. Okay, so obviously I'm from Ireland, so I kind of decided to adhere my presentation to where I'm from. So as we can see here on the first slide, I'm from Sligo, so it's the northwest of Ireland, and it's just kind of on the border between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland as well. So my project will look specifically at a neighbourhood in Sligo, Mullaghmore. Okay, so let's carry on. So Sligo, or in Ireland, Sligo, is located, as I mentioned, on the northwest coast of Ireland on the edge of the Atlantic Ocean. It's bounded by countries like Leitrim, Roscommon, Mayo, and it lies about 130 miles from Dublin, which I'm sure everyone knows here is the capital of Ireland. It occupies an area of around 690 square miles and is home to approximately 62,000 residents, about 60% of which reside in Sligo City, which is the principal urban centre. The county also has a number of significant towns, namely Ballymote, Grange, Collooney, Enniscrone and Tubbercurry. Sligo is situated on the wide Atlantic Way and is known as the land of the heart's desire, being world renowned for the beauty of the landscape and the warmth of its people. So when we talk about local government in Ireland, there's 31 local authorities. So the elected council to the policy making forum of the local authority. There are 949 councillors elected to these 31 councils. We call them the county councils. And then there's a membership in each authority as well. The day-to-day management of a local authority is carried out by the executive. So for example, the full-time officials led by the chief executive, which we call a Cumcorla, or the chairperson. The chief executive has a duty to advise and assist the elected council in exercise of these functions. Okay, so we are going to look at Mullaghmore today. So this is about 10 minutes from where I live, and Mullaghmore is absolutely gorgeous. It's very kind of rural. So when I was thinking of, okay, what kind of local marketing plan, it's very basic, but it's definitely pivotal and necessary when we consider the rural communities in Ireland. So my plan is going to be to kind of set up a local market in Mullaghmore. So the castle we see there in Mullaghmore is actually where Lord Mountbatten lived. So he was a cousin to the Queen, and then he was murdered in Mullaghmore on a boat. The IRA, so it's like a terrorist group, when the troubles were happening in Ireland, they blew up his boat and killed him along with an 11-year-old child. So that's kind of what Mullaghmore is known for. It used to be kind of an IRA hotspot back in the day, but then a few years back, now King Charles and his wife visited Mullaghmore, and you know, for tourism, it is most definitely, when it comes to the west of Ireland, the #1 place to go, at least historically. So as we can see here, that main picture there is Lord Mountbatten, like the most famous, as I mentioned, aspect when people think of Mullaghmore. There's a lovely beach on it as well, and it's also a hotbed for waves in Europe. There's many big wave surfers come to Mullaghmore. So what we're seeing, next slide here, is Mullaghmore historically. There was 3 or 4 hotels, and you know, in terms of the CSO statistics, there's 156 people live on Mullaghmore, so it is quite small year round. However, when it comes to summertime, that number can go up to over 2,000 people living in Mullaghmore, purely because a lot of rich people have holiday homes there, So that's why there is needs for all these hotels, because it's on the border. We get a lot of Northern Irish people coming down when it's their bank holidays. So historically, it's been very, very pivotal for the community in Mullaghmore is tourism. So tourism is most definitely the number one economic input to Mullaghmore. However, the 4 hotels, out of the 4 hotels, 3 of them are now occupied by Ukrainians or refugees. So we're seeing over 2/3 of Mullaghmore is now being occupied by people who aren't Irish, or from people seeking asylum or coming from wars and things like this. So my kind of idea was, okay, the people who live in Mullaghmore, 50% of them are over the age of 65, the actual local residents, and they used to get all their money from, because over 50% of them as well are farmers. So when we had these hotels being open, what the locals would do, they would sell all of their fish to the hotels. They would, their bread, things like this. So now there's definitely an open door when it comes to, okay, these people need money, because the hotels, the state, effectively, they decide where the meals go for these people in the hotels, and they use state businesses. So they use big companies to supply the meals instead of going for the local option. So that's just like a brief overview of the kind of whole I identified that needs to be met in terms of satisfying the local people, but also integrating the new communities that we are seeing in Mullaghmore. Okay, so advantages and disadvantages of Mullaghmore. I mean, it's kind of one and the same. The advantage is the scenery. It kind of represents the true Ireland, kind of stepping away from the big cities like Dublin, Cork, and whatever, so on. And the disadvantage is it is very far away. The amenities that you would have in these big cities, definitely you don't get here. So it is a very localized community. So as I mentioned, this is the current situation. So these hotels here are all being occupied. And as tourism is the number one input here, there is definitely a loss of business and definitely a loss of economic monetary value being met by the actual people of Mullaghmore. Okay, so my strategy here is to implement a farmers market. So all the goods that were once being brought into these hotels, instead we can set up a farmers market. So I'm sure everyone knows what a farmers market is, but just to redefine, a farmers market is a physical retail marketplace intended to sell food directly by farmers to consumers. Farmers markets may be indoors or outdoors and typically consist of booths, tables, stands where farmers sell their produce, live animals and plants, and sometimes prepared food and beverages. So my proposal is we set up, it's very cheap as well. So we set up a little farmers market. We see here, this is a port, can set it up, that's the local convent. But as is typical in Ireland, convents and the churches behind the convent, there's always like a town hall beside it as well that we can definitely utilize. And this proposal mirrors the exact same proposal that's happening in the neighbouring village, Cliffany, whereby they do, local farmers do utilize the town hall that is part of the church for a local market. Okay, so my goals for this, so the direct to consumer connection builds relationships between consumers and farmers, giving farmers a source of income and consumers confidence in the foods they're choosing for their families. It's going to drive people back into the area because there's a huge loss of tourism now, so nobody kind of tends to go to Mullaghmore anymore. So this will drive people back into Mullaghmore, back to see not only the landscape of Mullaghmore, but also, okay, there's a farmer's market, let's go, bring the family. It's also going to have a positive effect on other local businesses and drive traffic to the area. And another thing it has the potential to do is to bridge the gaps between the people, the local people in Mullaghmore and the people that are living in the hotels. So a culture gap is definitely going to be provided there as well. Okay, my actions. So I'm going to, number one, find community resources. Community support is absolutely necessary for a strong farmers market. When we look, we can also select locations. So as I mentioned, it can be on the port, solicit vendors, market the market, develop bylaws and market rules, apply for non-profit status, hire a market manager, get the right market insurance. So the local county council and the parish committee will definitely be the financial element. So when we look at the local county council of Sligo, as of 2024, €1 million for the town and village resources scheme have been funded into Sligo. However, these schemes don't include local markets. So as we'll see as the presentation progresses, one of the county councillors is actually trying to get a stipend for local markets, because rural Ireland, it's a very pivotal element is the farmers. It's a farmer area. So there'll be a stipend of €1,000 if she gets this passed, hopefully, that we can use to set up the farmers market. And as it progresses, naturally, it kind of funds itself. And there's also the element of the parish committee. So in Ireland, for example, especially rural Ireland, the church still plays a huge role. So the local priest, as we'll see, is Father Christie, and he is in charge of the parish committee, which kind of dictates what goes on in the parish. So we can rally him and lobby him as well, just to say, you know, after Mass, there's a local farmers market going on, etc. Things like this. Okay, so that's Father Christie there, and beside him is Councillor Marie Cashfrey, and she's lobbying Sligo County Council to get this stipend specifically for local marketing and local farmers markets. Okay, so ways to check if the goal has been achieved. It's very, very simple. So we'll obviously see the financial input and output if there's a profit. And also, I think something that's not really talked about is the social element. I mean, these farmers, they're not old, I don't want to say, but they're definitely getting on in age. And, you know, they could see, if you look at the demographics in Ireland, it's actually farmers that are seemed the most lonely when it looks to suicidal tendencies in Ireland. It's actually farmers, male farmers, being the highest rate. So I think the social element of just getting out, talking to people, socializing is very, very important, and often neglected when it comes to statistics or when it comes to looking at specific proposals and the reasons for those. And estimating the risk of failure. So obviously that's very easy as well. Product failure, you know, for example, if it's raining or if there's a bad season, maybe the product isn't going to be there, but hopefully we will have a diversity of products that is a limited failure. And then consumer failure as well is a natural one. Will people come? I do believe that there is a huge demand for this, not only locally, but also once, like, Sligo is on the North Atlantic Way, which is huge for tourism. So if we get, because there is one hotel that is open to people, and you know, you can use the tourists from there. You can outsource to other communities as well for consumer failure. How to market. So this is different than if you were in a big city. Remember, this is quite a localized strategy here. So word of mouth is probably the most important. You can do online engagement. You know, you can lean towards new press, old press, radio, television. But I think the most important in this instance is word of mouth, and that's through communities. And as old-fashioned as it might sound, but mass is definitely going to be a huge player in this, because if we look at the actual base of the target audience that we're initially looking to engage with, that's definitely going to be the target there. Okay, and yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roisin, for very nice and detailed presentation devoted to development strategy. I mean,
thank you guys.
City. I'm not sure if there is a next presenter. Fran, are you there with us? Okay. Thank you very much. It seems that we are done with all of the expressions. What can I say? I'm impressed by your ideas, your approaches. I presented to the different cases, and I found them as very interesting lessons to Visegrad group. I mean the Visegrad country, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary. Yeah. Thank you very much. It seems that we can take a break. The next part of the event will take place on 12:30. So we've got something about 45 minutes just to relax and be prepared to go through the academic journey and the next part of our event. So one more time, participants, dear students, thank you very much. I'm impressed, satisfied, and see you then in the close future.
Thanks very much. See you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good morning, everyone. Hello. How are you doing after the break? Hello, Basha. So we will start after
Hello,
just
Kamil.
in a minute, okay? Okay, so it seems that we are ready to next part of the event devoted to urban post-COVID recovery in the Visegrad countries and searching some kind of response model. I've got the great privilege to welcome the next part. As I can see, there is with us Dr. Sylwia Zawadzka from the University of Wrocław. Nice to see you, Sylwia.
Hi, hello.
And we've got also Dr. Barbara Panciszko, Kazimierz Wielki University in Bydgoszcz. Welcome you.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, perhaps one more participant, the speaker, presenter will join us. However, we don't have the confirmation. So let's state that your presentation, Dr. Sylwia Zawadzka and Dr. Barbara Panciszko-Szweda, will last something about 20 minutes. It will be okay?
Yes, of course.
Yes, perfect.
So I will start, yeah?
Yes,
From my
please feel free
presentation,
to
of course.
share the screen.
Yes, I will try. Okay. Can you see my my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation. As I get from the slide, this is the presentation prepared by Professor Elżbieta Opiłowska as well as Dr. Sylwia.
Yes, of course. And first of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of Professor Elżbieta Opiłowska. She couldn't join our panel because of some emergency situation. So I will try to do my best to present our presentation by myself. And
Okay, Dr. Sylwia, I'm sorry, we just met Professor Opiłowska yesterday. We understand this situation, so everything is fine.
Okay, much. I'm very pleased to join this panel and attend this conference. Yesterday's speeches and presentations were very insightful. So I'm happy to contribute some other from different perspectives. Our presentation is entitled "The Role of Local and Cross-Border Structures in Strengthening the Resilience of the Polish-German Twin City in the Era of the COVID-19." And I would like to present some key results from our research conducted as a part of some project. Oh, I cannot. Okay, here we have. And the project entitled "Resilience of the Cross-Border Cooperation in Europe: Comparative Analysis of the German-Polish Borderlands." This project was funded by the Polish-German Science Foundation and mostly based on empirical surveys with stakeholders, authorities from German and German-French border regions. And it gave us basis for analyzing the situation in border regions well as in twin cities, and to give us some practical contribution for developing practical recommendations for stakeholders. And in our research team is, of course, Elżbieta Opiłowska as a leader of this project, Professor Florian Weber from Saarland University, and Julia Dieter from the same university. And I'm an assistant professor in the Institute of European Studies, but mostly I've attended this project as a PhD student. During this presentation, I would like to answer for few following questions. What role did local and cross-border structures play during COVID-19? What are key factors enhancing the capacity of the Polish-German twin city? Can the COVID-19 pandemic be seen as an impulse for transformation process in Frankfurt oder Subice? And I will start with theoretical frameworks of our understanding of the concept of resilience. Of course, indirect connection with response to the crisis situation, the popular concept of the resilience has gained special socio-political significance in recent years, as we know. And resilient cross-border cooperation has become a specific goal for border regions. Also, from a constructivist approach, we understand resilience not on state, but as a temporal and spatial process. Therefore, there is not just one form of cross-border resilience that is suitable for all crises and for all times. At the same time, some resistant structures have some common features. And the first one is to withstand disruptive events and maintain an overall functioning structure, what is understood by us as resistibility. And the second one is ability to adapt to these changing circumstances and draw conclusions from previous experiences. And what is understood by us as adaptability. The third one is ability to undergo these long-term transformations and for the development, what we understand as transformability. Of course, it should be that these three factors cannot be understood as three consecutive phases, but as processes that can overlap and parallel. And going to the empirical results, few information about these border regions and this twin city. There are 4 euro located on the Polish-German border, and the central part of this border region is between Brandenburg and Lubuskie Voivodeship. Euro region Pro-Europa Biadwina is the central part of this border region, and was established in 1993. The German part of this Euro region is about 15% of the area of Brandenburg, and the Polish side is about 41% of the area of Lubuskie Voivodeship. The main part of this Euro region is the area of Twin City, Frankfurt Oder and Subice. Cross-border cooperation between these two towns began just after German reunification, and since then these two municipalities started to organize meetings, regular meetings between the mayors and some municipal councils. In 2020, over 23,000 were Poles lived in Brandenburg, so they are the largest group of foreign population. And in this border region is observed high degree of cross-border mobility. Over 14,000 commuters commute regularly to Polish commuters actually commute regularly to work in logistics in Brandenburg. And this border region is also characterized by huge economic asymmetry and a huge language barrier. And the decision to temporarily close Poland's border crossings with Germany was taken on March 13, 2020, due to the spread of the virus. And this came as a shock only for partners from the other side of the border, but also for authorities at lower levels in Poland, and of course for inhabitants. In the twin city, Frankfurt Oder and Subice, the trans-border connections, especially bus number 983, which crosses the border every hour, has been so this mobility has been paralyzed. And in April and May 2020, 2 demonstrations were held in this border region, demanding of the border restrictions. And from May 4th, 2020, commuters and students were allowed to cross the border without quarantine obligations. Finally, in the night of June 12, 2020, these border restrictions were actually lifted. And we interviewed actually 16 stakeholders from Polish-German border region. They represented local, regional, and national levels in the area of cross-border cooperation. All of our interviewees reacted to the pandemic with shock and action, and it was emphasized that local and regional and cross-border, of course, structures were key of importance. For example, the Brandenburg authorities introduced some flat rate allowance for Polish commuters. It was 65 euro per day for them, and an optional 20 euro per day for their family members. And the main challenges related to this response to the COVID-19 were, on the one hand, the asymmetry in competences between federal German states and marshal office, and on the other hand, which was strictly emphasized on Polish national level, non-uniform rules in individual German states, which have obviously voiced and marshal offices. However, the biggest problem and the biggest barrier challenge was the communication. The unilateral decision to close border crossings with Germany was taken without sufficient consultation with German, with Polish authorities at lower levels, and border restrictions surprised them, of course, especially city mayors, and there was no possibility of proper preparation for this situation. The key institutions in crisis management, not only in the Twin City but also in Polish-German border region as a whole, was the Frankfurt-Subice Cooperation Center and Euroregion offices. In the period from May 2020 to September 2021, this cooperation center offered a special Corona hotline for citizens in both Polish and German language. And they gave information them about labor law, about obligation, quarantine obligation, or new restrictions related to the pandemic. So this cooperation center played a special information role in many matters related to this cross-border cooperation between Frankfurt and Subice. We have also Polish-German intergovernmental community and cross-border cooperation, which played role of general forum for settle some general directions. But what was important, the Commission gave an impulse to create some crisis communication channel with regular online meetings and discussions of authorities at all levels from both sides of the border, and this was considered by both countries as a very important tool in adaptation to this crisis situation. But the role of this crisis communication channel is seen differently in each countries. For example, for German authorities, it should foster ongoing communication in wider areas, not only crisis management, while for their Polish counterparts, it should be used only in crisis emergency situation. And the most important factors supporting resilience of the Twin City turn out to be personal and often informal contacts and established networking on local level. Representatives of local authorities know each other personally. They have their own phone numbers, and in emergency situation where time for more formal path, they could call each other, inform each other, and settle some general issues. And the solidarity of actors at local and regional level was expressed in the Polish and German governments. The Apple outlined requests for not closing borders in the future and a greater level of top-down communication. It was really important for them. So the key to establish effective interaction in the Polish-German border region, especially in the times of crisis, is trust, political will, and respect on national level. It is important that this historical past and government policies do not undermine this border cooperation. Because in twin cities, the ties between the special twin city, Frankfurt or Subice, the ties between inhabitants are close, and there's changes, there's mobility, and contacts are an everyday routine. And therefore, transparent, two-way and regular communication is so important, both with partners on the other side of the border, but also with authorities at lower level levels in this same country. And the lack of communication and the lack of information, ongoing information, gave an impulse for some solution for creating some permanent border information points. But for now, this is only a concept, and it's not actually explain how it should work. This is a concept proposed by the German side. And moving to the conclusions and to the end, in November 2023, we organized a special workshop for stakeholders from both borderlands, Western and Eastern, to present our recommendations. Recommendations were developed in 4 areas, actually. The first one was ensuring efficient and appropriate communication, especially through regular, formal, and non-formal meetings, exchange of information, of knowledge about the structures of partners, institutions, and the creation of this border information points to provide residents ongoing information about labor law, about health care system, and so on. And one is to strengthen familiarity and trust and knowledge about intercultural competences, for example, by creating a common databases for border regions. And the third area of our recommendations is related to the mapping key structures and responsible entities in order efficiently to crisis situation and ensure effective cross-border management. The fourth area is to recognize the border as a resource. further develop areas of interconnection and increase this visibility at national and even European level by highlighting their specific character of border regions as transnational living spaces. Of course, we have no time to discuss in detail recommendations, but they are presented in the latest policy paper published by the Center for Border Studies of the University of Grand Region. So we warmly invite you to read them. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, of course, I will be happy to answer. I will try to answer. Of course, if you have any questions to the leader of the project, she also will be happy to answer it and send you some for example, results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sylvia, for such interesting presentation. So let's start with the questions, remarks. Do we have any?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, Professor Edith Schoss from Hungary.
It was very interesting, I think, your presentation, but I have a question. So, what do you think? What is the outcome of the measures on the in that cross-border areas? Were they satisfied? So, did you make any interviews or any empirical research which would reflect of outcome?
Yes, thank you very much for this question. I think I showing. Okay. Thank you very much for this question. Of course, the main results, because we compared Euroregion Pro-Europa Biadrina, which is located in a Polish-German border region, with Eurodistrict Zamoze, in border French, German, and Luxembourg border region. And we have some similar thoughts, similar factors supporting and hindering resilience in both border regions was the same. For example, this mutual trust, this knowledge, which is really important, and transparent communication between authorities from both. But of course, these two border regions are really different. For example, French-German border region is more institutionalized for GDC, which is established there, and it has a legal personality. And our, for example, path to a European integration is shorter and began after reunification of Germany. So what is the most, I think, valuable lessons learned from this pandemic crisis of border regions is that the area without borders established with Schengen area cannot be taken for granted, and we cannot turn this normality before COVID-19. We have to consider it like catalyst for creating some new tools. For example, strategical and this new tool like communication by online communication, strategic communication collected with authorities from different areas. For a security area. So I think it was a huge impact in both areas, and we have the factors supporting and hindering, of course, even if these two border regions are different. What was different in French-German border region is stereotypes. Stereotypes German to French people, which were a surprise for us. Yeah, but of course, Twin Cities is a type of some partner cities, some form of cooperation in cultural, economic, and social areas, and it's not always located on the border. But Frankfurt Oder and Subice are located, and this COVID-19 pandemic actually paralyzed whole mobility between inhabitants and in this area. Yes, we have, and they are presented in our policy papers. And of course, we develop our recommendations strictly connected with these measures. So we have this personal contacts and established networking, which is very important for both border regions. And we have this transparent communication. And what is also, I think, what is also a knowledge transfer by establishing new trainings, new, for example, authorities transfer to know perfectly the structures of partner institutions. And this communication should be not only vertical or horizontal, but also diagonal. But also the diagonal, especially in communication from European Union to local and to not only this communication between European and national level.
Top down, yes.
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you very much
very interesting
for the question, for the answer, the detailed answer. It seems that there is a time for the next presenter. I mean, Dr. Barbara Paciszko-Szweda. So, Basia, are you ready?
Yes, of course. Of course. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, everything is visible, so the floor is yours.
That's great. That's great. Okay. Thank you very much, Kamil, for the invitation for this really interesting conference. Today, I would like to present you my research about the green cities. My topic is effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the implementation of the green city concept based on selection of cases. And I think that in general, all of you have heard the concept of green cities, but a few words about the origin. So the concept of green cities has been known in urban planning policy decades. Its origin we can find in a Howard concept, garden cities. And that cities were combine the advantages of living in the city. So, for example, access to well-paid job, or access to entertainment, or a better healthcare, with the benefits of living countryside, such as fresh air, access to nature, or biodiversity. On this picture, you can see the plan of that garden city, which Howard in his book, Garden Cities of Tomorrow. In the central place, there is a garden. Around the garden, there are some public buildings, then some green spaces, and other line are buildings where inhabitants live, and they have some own small garden and a place where they can have some small farm animal. The last circle of this city is a place where the
inhabitants can have arable plots, so cultivate or also some plants. That cities is located approximately 50 kilometers from a really large industrial agglomeration where people from this city work. In general, the term of green cities become more popular around the 20th century. First, because of the intensification of urbanization, of course, because of environmental pollution and urbanization. Today, the concept of green cities are focused more on the environmental solution, and the concept evolved over a time, of course. The current meaning of green cities today is related in general with the quality of our life and with the transformation of polluted cities into more green and more ecological. However, it should be emphasized that the name green itself indicates, of course, the strong connections with the green spaces in this. We can include a number of initiatives that create green cities. First, municipal greenery, and about this today I would like to tell you more. Sustainable transport, circular economy, renewable energy, reduction of pollution, or green buildings. Here you have some pictures, some examples of green space in the cities. So not only parks and squares, but also some vertical gardens. We have also some small gardens on balcony or near the buildings. So inhabitants live, or some also vertical farming, which become more and more popular today. So why is creating greenery in cities so important? For these questions, we can find a lot of answer, but I decided to focus on the health aspect, especially our mental health. And the starting point of my consideration is the concept of Theodor Roszak. Theodor Roszak was an eco-psychologist, and he wrote about the relationship between man and the environment, and the impact of environment on our quality of life and our mental health. For example, Roszak implies that indigenous cultures understood mental health and also madness through the prism of the balance between our soul and about the environment that serves. What is interesting that he also highlighted that madness is a part of urban and industrial society, and in that society we observe a big imbalance between the individual and the universe. So because of this, people who live in the cities more often suffer because of another mental health. The thesis of Roszak are confirmed by the result of many scientific studies. Some examples of it, 3 examples, but in my article I present much more. I'll tell something about the research of Song and his team. They try to check how city residents are influenced by a walk in a city park and a walk in non-green area of the city. And what was the result? In general, people who can walk in a park their quality of life is better. They feel much better. They have a better blood pressure. They feel less stress. Really research prepared by Ulrich and his team, they examined the influence of the nature on the recovery of surgical patients. And what is interesting that people, the patient who had a view from their windows for a green spaces, for a trees, they needed less medicine. They recovered much quicker. They also feel much better than patients who have a view on another buildings, on technical infra. So that are only examples, but we can find in literature much more. So because of this, I put a question. Did the city inhabitants increase their interest in advocating for the establishment of new green areas within urban landscape during the COVID pandemic? And the first research decided that I put a hypothesis that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the residents of the largest Polish cities began to pay more attention to greenery in the city. And how I did my research. First, I choose the biggest, the largest city in Poland. By population. So I choose Warsaw, I choose Kraków, and I choose Wrocław. And how I check we can observe a change or not. First, my idea was a little bit different, but there was a problem with access to data. So I decided to analyze the participatory budget of this why? Because that budget is one of the mechanisms in which the citizens and also some social organization can participate in the making process. So first they can submit their own ideas, and later the citizens can vote what they really want in the cities. Of course, we can indicate many advantages and disadvantages of the participatory budget, but people who are really involved in the city life, they in general part in this voting. So I decided to check what kind of project were submitted and selected in the participatory budget. So I choose the year 2019 as a base year, and I compared the data with the data come 2021. So I checked and analyzed using the comparative analysis of the significance of so-called green project before and during the pandemic. I put a few questions that helped me to verify the main hypothesis. What is the number of projects submitted for participatory budget proceeding in a given year? How many greening projects were ultimately selected in a given year? Which greening project were the most submitted and selected? Or we can find some differences or identify the differences of significance of the green project in this city that I chose before. For doing my research, I prepared two types of questionnaires. First of the questionnaire was about the type of project. Why? Because in each cities we have different solution about the participatory budget, and each city have different category of project that social organization or inhabitants can submit it. On the other hand, there was also a problem that sometimes the project were submitted as a, can say, green project, but when I read the description of the project, they wanted, for example, to destroy the green spaces and build them a parking place. For this, I needed to check not only the number of project, but also I analyzed the description of each project, because sometimes the description was a little bit different than the number of category. So I put a few types of project: the greenery, pedestrian, bicycle, revitalization, playgrounds, roads, backyards, non-investment project, public transportation, or others. Then the second questionnaires. In this, I checked what type of green project the inhabitants or social organization submitted or selected. I divided it into 11 categories. For example, creation of a new park, green square, or green area, or revitalization of existing park, green square, green, creating flower meadow, creating some new garden in city, planting of new trees and scrubs. We had also project about fighting with air pollution, creating green walls, about biodiversity protection. And then I would like to show you some example. Here you have table with the data coming from the analysis of the budget from Kraków. So the first questionnaire, we have a category, then the number of project, number of so-called green project, and compare it to 2 years. So data coming from 2019 and coming from 2020. Then the second questionnaire, so also category like revitalization, development of creating new park, pocket parks, and another. Then of submitted project and the number of selected project. We don't have enough time that I describe you in detail all the tables or the tables that I prepared. I present you only the main assumption and my result. Of course, we have some important differences, solutions among the participatory budget in each cities. For example, in some we have different types of project. So the inhabitants can submit it, a project for at the district level, but also at the district-wide level. In Wrocław, for example, we have also addition also micro grants. So the analysis, my analysis were about all the types of budget, participatory budget, and the main results. I will start with Warsaw, and here we can observe some important change because in 2019 the green project was like 70.6% of all winning projects, but in 2021 we observed some increasing to 39%. Interesting is also what kind of project the inhabitants choose. In general, it was there were initiatives about new planting and biodiversity protection, and as I remember, in general, all the project about biodiversity protection were submitted, they were also selected. So, for example, creating some special area for birds, for a squirrel, and another animals. Then we have Krakow, and in Krakow we have some difficulties because in these two years the proportion of greening initiatives observe that it's a little bit less, from 63.6% to 61.5%, but that are results about the district-wide project. But at the district level, we observe the increasing, so from 28.1 to 37.1, and here also new planting and biodiversity protection held the largest share. And the last is Wrocław civic budget. Here we observe that among the winning projects, the green increased from 55% to 75%. We also observe that at the trans neighborhood level, also the project in the importance of green project also increased. So the general conclusion. My results correspond with other research because, for example, Öger, Özde, and Hazar had highlighted that during the pandemic, so the pandemic showed the limited access to green spaces in cities. Herman and Drozda acknowledged the pivotal role of parks and green spaces for human being. We have also some research done by Polish researcher in Krakow, for example. The data from the first part of pandemic show that walks in a park help to reduce the stress level caused by the isolation. So my contribution to the general point of this is that if we want to build a better resilience for the cities for the future, we should to create more green spaces in the cities. So thank you very much for your attention, and if you have some question, I try to answer it.
Okay, thank you very much, Basia, for a very interesting presentation. As you have already mentioned, there is. Do we have any remarks, thoughts devoted to the Basia presentation, Basia's research? Probably not. So let me answer just short, tiny question. However, in my opinion, quite important. So, do we have any predictions concerning the future? What do you think, especially in the context of the European Green Deal? Are we gonna to observe, the rise of the green city concept, for example, in Poland, or there are some, more important issues and problems to solve, for example, the migration crisis, etc. What is your personal opinion?
Okay, so in general, if we want to build or create economy with the zero emission. Creating a new green places, it's like a key point, yeah, because the trees, the plant can help us to absorb the dioxide. And the European Union, here we are like high developed economies. We don't need to concentrate only on building infrastructure, but today what we can observe, I think, all of us, that the mental health of our society increase. And as we see, and what wrote Roszak 30 years ago, that maybe come back more to the nature, and there we can find more calm, and our well-being will increase.
Very much, Basia. It seems that you are optimistic, so we will follow your opinion for sure. I'm very optimistic about the great two great presentations. Thank you very much, Sylwia and Basia, for your wonderful contribution. It's done with the second part of the second day of the event. In a half an hour, I mean 2 p.m., there will be the third last part of today's event devoted to the presentation representative of some universities, I mean quite young researchers. So thank you very much. Please feel free to join us later and hope for the fruitful cooperation in the very, very close future.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, good morning one more time. Hello, how are you? Doing well? It's my great privilege to welcome you during the third part of the two-day event devoted to the urban post-COVID recovery in the Visegrad Group countries. seems that we are almost done with the participants, I mean the presenters. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, Kamil, we
Yes,
can
we
see
can.
you and we can hear you.
Yeah, it
Okay,
works
thank you
well.
very much for such a quick response. So let's go further. The first presenter will be Ms. Mucha, who is representing the University of Opole. And the title of Piotr's speech is The Fiscal and Monetary Policy of Poland During and After the COVID-19 Pandemic. Piotr,
Yes, I am. Hello, everyone.
okay. So it's nice to hear you, nice to meet you. Please feel free to share your screen if you want.
Yes, I will. Okay. Can you please confirm if you can see my presentation?
Something is starting to be visible, probably, but not yet.
I will try again.
So maybe please, yeah, once again.
Okay, can you see it now?
Maybe I will ask the participants, is it visible?
For me, yes.
Okay. So Piotr, the floor is yours. You can start with your speech.
Okay, thank you. So today I want to talk about the fiscal and monetary policy of Poland during and after COVID-19 pandemic. It was a time of heavy government spending, as well as lowering the monetary policy rates all the way to zeros in many of the countries globally. So it was really an unprecedented time. Even during the financial crisis of 2008, the monetary movement of the interest rates lowering wasn't so strong, although the fiscal help was even greater than we experienced now during the COVID-19 pandemic. But that might be also a little bit correlated with the war that started shortly after COVID. So first we'll look at the monetary policy. We'll focus on Poland, but we'll also talk about the US economy, as it's a country with reserve currency. That means that the value of dollar and the debt levels in the USA impact not only the Americas, but also the rest of the countries. For instance, Poland, the government has a lot of debt, a lot of bonds bought from the USA. So for us, it's also important for that currency to stay strong. And I think most importantly, for the international trade. So first, in 2019, 2020, the huge downturn of interest rate levels. Interest rates in Poland went down to 0.1%, which is super low. Some countries went even lower than that. I know some countries had interest rates of -1%, but to be honest, there's not much difference. And that, of course, there is a huge correlation between interest rates, inflation, and job market. So all of those are correlated. If we lower the monetary policy in order to boost the economy, we bring much more cheap. For instance, I talked with a person that got millions of Polish zloty to invest with 0% interest paid on that. So we are talking about, I think the whole shield for the businesses for news was around 200 billion zloty, which is quite a big number, and all of that cash was distributed to investors with very little interest to be paid on that. And that, of course, spiked the inflation, but also help the job market, as more money meant more investments, and more investments meant more jobs in the businesses created. So we see a huge rise of the inflation all the way to around 18%, and the interest rates had to catch up to the levels in order to bring the inflation down. And this process with fiscal policy, so lowering the interest rates as well as giving out money to businesses, is a standard practice in modern economy to do while in times of crisis. The only problem, in my opinion, is that we can see that due to the policy making of the government, a lot of businesses failed that didn't have to fail. So normally during the crisis, the optimum strategy is to let the businesses that are not generating profits or are not well managed to go down and go bankrupt, and on their place we can bring financial stimulus in order to get more investments and build better new businesses. And during the COVID pandemic, we didn't really see that much thought into the put into the system. Of course, there was a huge panic connected to the impact and the health risks of the virus. That's why all of the gyms, all of the restaurants had to be closed. But in terms of economic output of that decision, it didn't serve the cleaning process, if I can call it that, very well. Another fact is that right now we are looking at quite high levels of debt because of all of that government spending. A lot of people, especially in Poland, also invested in government bonds because they're inflation adjusted. So it's a financial instrument that is letting you earn more money when the inflation goes higher. And because of that, if we look at this chart right here, for instance, if somebody bought the government bonds at the beginning of 2021, the first year the interests are stable. So it was very low, I think around 2-3%, but for the next year, the government has to pay the interest equal to this very, very high inflation. And normally the bonds, it's normal to expect around 5, 7, 8%. That's 8% on government bonds and very safe investment is a high number. And each year we can see that the inflation spiking nearly around 19%. That's a huge amount of money to spend out of a budget just to pay on the debt. And what do governments do? They have deficits, so they don't have money to pay the interest. They are heavily in debt, and they need to take in more debt in order to pay all debt. We can think about it as a person who is really, really bad with their finances, and they have a lot of loans. So they take new loans, in order to pay the old ones. It's a very normal strategy to do as a government. It's very bad if you're an individual, but governments, they of course can print money using the central banking system. So it's a little bit, it's super different. But basically, they need the interest rate higher. If you look and compare the current inflation, that is very low, around 2 to 3% with the current interest rate, we would think, okay, we should maybe bring the interest rate down. And we can, of course, also say that we are keeping the interest rates high for a longer period of time in order to make sure that the inflation will not go back. But if we look at the debt, if we look at the financial statement of Polish economy as well as the US economy, in the US it's actually worse than Poland. The debt level in US is much higher, and the US has to raise the debt ceiling. So they are passing policies in government that are letting them get more and more in debt as a country. So in Poland, we are not seeing that, but of course, we have a lot of money that has to be paid on those high interest yielding bonds. And those government bonds that yield those high interest connected to the inflation, so they are inflation adjusted, are for 4 years, 10 years, 6 years, or 12 years. So everybody that was looking at the environment at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, that was looking at the government printing money, government spending a lot of money, government lowering the interest rates, although, okay, that's not government, that's central bank, but they are of course connected. A rise in prices will continue until they cool down the economy. And this is a standard process. The only problem and the biggest problem can happen if there is a next event right after to cool the economy. The increases in prices can lead to tightening of the monetary and financial spending, which can lead to worsening of the job market. And as of the people coming from the Ukraine, a worsening job market can also lead to many social problems. We all know about the immigrants taking our jobs. That now market is strong. On this slide, we can look at all of the government bonds. As you can see, those are the most popular bonds. The ones in red are all inflation adjusted. And in here, we have a screenshot of the yields of those bonds. So in here, we can see 1.3%, 1.7%. Those are numbers pre the interest rate hikes. Now, those bonds are paying around 7%. So that's a huge increase, although maybe in the future, the government will not have to pay so much interest on those bonds. Now, in order to roll over the debt, which means taking more debt to pay for the old one, they have to keep the interest rates high. And with the war in Ukraine, especially with the energy crisis, we can see that there is more and more bad events that are happening one after the other, and that can push the abilities of Polish, of the central bank, of the banking sector, and of the investment firms to have some problems, and maybe that will it will happen that the inflation might continue in the future, but that's of course people are unable to predict it. Some things that are very hard to predict, like interest rates. The best investors worldwide, the biggest hedge fund managers, the biggest fund managers, most of them agree that predicting the interest rates or predicting the conjuncture of the economy in the future is very, very hard to do. But as we can see, currently the Polish government can support the high interest rates. So we don't have to fear about them going bankrupt, because the unemployment rate in Poland is very, very low. It is also because the people coming from the Ukraine, they didn't stop or flooded the Polish market. We were ready for it, and a lot of people assimilated very, very quickly. I think in the first year, 70% of them got the job. If we compare it to the statistics from Germany, with the immigrants from other countries, it was less than 10% in a year. So it's 7 times better, which is a very great statistic for us. Okay, so that's everything. Thank you very much. And I hope it was interesting.
Thank you very much, Piotr, for your contribution. Yes, indeed, the presentation was very interesting on the one hand. On the other hand, and on time, as we know, all of us facing the inflation rate and so on. Do you have any questions concerning, or maybe remarks, or just opinion concerning the Piotr's presentation? If not, Piotr, I would like to just, because you presented the overall, let's say, analysis devoted to the situation in Poland, and I'm just wondering, what is your assessment of local or urban governments' finances? Yeah, the conditions of the finances. Do we, are we able to predict something? I mean, are we going to observe, let's say, the better situation, or the quality of the functioning of government units in the context of the funds? I mean, the finances are getting or are becoming more and more worse. Any opinions, any reflections on this topic?
Yes, I would say that it's very difficult to predict the future. I'm also not an expert connected to the lower government, but the things we can see on the macroeconomy will for sure trickle down onto the lower levels. So if we see huge inflation, if we see a debt problem, that will be very devastating for all of the levels. But currently, the debt levels are not very high. We are in the limits written in the constitution. And the inflation is going down, the job market is looking strong, so I'm optimistic.
Okay, Piotr, thank you very much for your optimistic point of view. It seems that there is a time for it will be Mr. Amir Hussain from the University of Czechia. Am I right?
Wasn't
Yes.
that me? Carolina was that supposed to?
Oh,
Okay.
Carolina, are you with us? Sorry, I can't find you here.
Yes. Yes, I am, because I using the same computer as Piotr.
Oh, that's why I didn't realize that you are with us. I'm sorry for this one,
Yes.
because you haven't announced yourself, so sorry.
Oh.
So Carolina, would you agree just to give the opportunity to present the speech to Amir Hussain? And then your turn.
Okay, sure. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
So the representative of the University of Czechia is going to present the speech entitled "Advancements of the Judicial Independence." So, Amir Hussain, if you're ready, you can share your desk, and the floor is yours. Amir Hussain, we cannot hear you. I can only see, or maybe I will check the chat. Hi. 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 Okay, Carolina, it seems to be that the destiny cannot be changed. Yeah. So let's keep to the previous order of the presentation. So because probably of some technical problems, Amir Hussain cannot join us. But yeah, he just wrote that he's trying to join us. Wait for him, and the Carolina, who is representing the University of Wrocław, will give us the speech devoted to the title Education, Navigating the Impact of COVID-19 on Learning, Teaching, and Educational System. So Carolina, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for introduction. I will also try to share my presentation, which I prepared, and please just let me know if you can see my screen. Do you, or it's not working?
So maybe I will ask the rest of the
Yeah.
Okay, so everything's visible.
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you very much. I'm grateful to be here today and talk about the issue that it's really close to my heart, because it's about education, learning, teaching, and impact of youth as well. And since majority on this panel are the students, we were pretty young on this COVID kind of thing, so we know how impactful it was, and let's talk today about it. Table of content, let's keep that, but let's go first to introduction. Well, as we all know, coronavirus disease was a very infectious disease caused by SARS-CoV, and going back, oh, sorry, I don't know why but I get stressed, but putting everything in a nutshell, like we all remember, this global pandemic made people go homes from our universities, from our work, to be kind of locked in our home, and that also influenced very much our education. And mainly how it was first of all, we had this coronavirus pandemic. Then we had this introduction of restrictions made by, of course, governments, such as lockdowns and social distancing, to minimize the, this bad effects of this pandemic. Later, actually, for University of Wrocław, from my faculty, it was 2 weeks that the closure of schools and universities has created a sudden need to switch to distance learning. And lastly, we have this point where we're revealing existing inequalities in access to educational technologies, because suddenly we realize that not everybody has the access to distance learning. But we'll go to that further. First of all, let's talk about changes in the teaching process. So basically, this whole teaching process was changed to the remote one, and as we all know, we had to very quickly adapt to it. And from my experience as a freshman at our beloved university, for first 2 weeks we didn't have any information what we were supposed to do. It was just a break. But then, in the beginning of April, we suddenly started getting the things to do. And I remember this first year of studying, us sitting at home from 8 to 10 p.m. to write everything. I was actually writing weekly equivalent of my bachelor thesis, because we had so many things to do from every subject, and it was very, very difficult to do that. And on the top of that, we students go back to our families with our siblings, and this educational process was much more difficult. For my younger siblings, it was a little much less that difficult that I had, because my sister, for instance, she was our schooler at the time. She only was playing a game, and she was interrupting her playing a game with saying I am present or I don't know when the teacher called her. And my baby brother, he was 4. He was just, I don't know, he had this 15-minute session with teacher, and it was pure house. So studying in home, it's not only about you being exposed to the computer and working with this computer, but also adapting to your situation at home. And in my case, it was
Carolina, I'm very sorry.
Yes.
I'm very sorry that I'm interrupting you. I just want to let you know that we can't see the screen if you're showing something.
Oh, okay. But you hear me, do you?
Yes, we hear you very well.
Well, okay. I really don't know how to. Well, I will maybe see again. Wait. Thank you for letting me know. Why does it not work?
Okay.
Maybe I will try again.
Now it's visible.
Do you see it now? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. So I will maybe not switching to the other. Okay. So yes. So summing this up, it's not only about you being exposed to learning, but also the whole situation. And as we all know, in some cases, when the families are bigger, not every child just has the access to the education itself, and that's That's really big coin of the whole thing in the pandemic. Let's go further. Let's go and talk about impact of remote learning on students. First of all, we have this academic performance, because remote learning has posed many challenges for some students, affecting their academic performance due to various factors, such as limited access to resources, distractions at home, as were mentioned, and difficulties in understanding complex topics without teacher support. For instance, like I was really grateful because my professors, like whenever I asked them, like I do not understand it, they were really willing to really share their free time to like contact with us, have a Zoom meeting, and okay guys, let's talk about it and I will explain them. But I know that many students didn't have this opportunity to ask them and get the answer, so this learning process were much more worse and hard for many students on academic level and in high school and primary school. So that's the first thing. Second of all, we have this psychological well-being, and that's very well known. But extended periods of this isolation and reduced social interactions simply have taken a toll on students' psychological well-being, leading to feeling of loneliness, anxiety, and depression for some. And I think that's stick mainly to the older students. I mean, like from the teens, because the process of adolescence or this early years of you becoming an adult are so crucial on our minds and how we can survive within the society, and suddenly being stripped of this experience, it's really depressing. Like speaking of my experience and my friends, many of my friends, me as well, had started having anxiety attacks or these feelings of depression, and it was, we have this coronavirus pandemic, but also we have this emotional neglecting pandemic within the same time, and that's a huge problem. That was, and still we have this effect of this to this day. Then we have this technological divide, that this disparities in access to technology and reliable internet connection has also making the great gap between students, because those from disadvantaged backgrounds or rural areas might face great challenges in participating effectively in remote learning due to simply this lack of the access to devices on this internet. And in Poland, actually, government make a huge action towards this. I remember that they were sharing the computers from schools for those ones who have the bigger families or have lower income to sustain the families with technology. But also it revealed other problem in the same time, because in Poland we have some families which are living, maybe, I don't know, I'm not sure, but close to this poverty line, and parents with those difficulties and stuff, they were starting selling those computers that was supposed to support their children. So the gap of education was even bigger. Then we have independence and self-regulation. It's also speaking of that if this kid is going to school, their time is navigated by the professors or the teachers, and it's much more easier for them to learn. And suddenly, when we are alone in our home, when we can do really whatever we want, it's much more harder to just study and stick to the things we have to do. And also, I would like to mention, going back a little bit to psychological well-being, that the studies were oh my god, how to say it, have been imposed about the psychological well-being, and it was this was the study that was made in the US, and it was about 650 people participating in that, and they revealed that the young people who has to participate in remote learning for longer were like just having much more complications in the terms of this psychological well-being. So it's really important to mention that and be aware of that as well. Let's go further. Okay, so I already told about that. So yeah, it was about this study, and I have nothing to. Let's go now to the challenges for teachers and the educational staff, because in Poland, to become a teacher, you need at least 5 years of education, it's joint degree. You have to pass it and then you can be a teacher. But before pandemic, no one really knew that they will have to be educated. Those future teachers has to be also educated well in the digital tools of education. And suddenly they have to be in your classroom or many apps that will help them still provide the classes for youngsters. And as you can see here, technology proficiency is a very important thing because suddenly teachers, and in Poland we have not the old generation, but a little bit older than millennials or stuff like that, teacher had to quickly learn new technologies for online learning, and that was the issue as well. Pedagogical adaptation, that redesigning lessons, especially for the younger ones, I really think the teacher learning them, teaching them about ecology, sunlight, whatever, it was so hard to teach those little ones those things via technology, you know, in the near classroom. It's so easy. And then redesigning it is a huge challenge. Then we have the student engagement point, that keeping students focused and participating without face-to-face interaction was and is very challenging because they can do whatever they can and want. And then already spoken, equality and accessibility, that ensuring students have the access to resources and support was very crucial and very difficult. And also sometimes even contacting with parents about the situation. Hey, why your kid is not coming to the online classes? Oh, sorry, we don't have 5 or 6 phones. It's very difficult to just ensure to everybody is taking something and not missing on the very crucial thing, what is education. And then we have the work-life balance. I think it's very crucial thing to especially professors and teachers. Then suddenly when we were at home, those barriers, let's say, between you and your work were currently erased. So parents, teachers, professors, teachers, they were expecting you to be able to answer and contact them in a minute. So making this work-life balance during the COVID was impossible at first. And then professional development, that this whole process of educating how to make the lessons better should be never stopping. Now, crucial thing, development of flexible teaching models. Actually, actually, this is very crucial because as we began, speaking of my experience, it was really hard to navigate the classes for the professors, speaking from their sides. But then, like, the methods were introduced, like let's invite team to the process, let's make those classes and those icons so students can go from one class to another to somehow participate in those online lessons. And that was a huge process. And just being open for those opportunities that they were available, it's just a great things. But I also want to speak about 3 things, maybe 4, and I will start from the 4th one, actually, because of this picture here. I will start from the AI because, okay, so AI was introduced later, so maybe no. Okay, key aspects. I would like. Oh, sorry. Okay, so I would like to speak about the key aspects. So first of all is hybrid learning. So it's the process of integrating both in-person and online instructions to accommodate diverse learning needs and preferences. So this model just allows the seamless transition between physical and virtual classroom, offering flexibility in accessing educational content. So this is something when we can, go on the Zoom, we talk to the professor, and also we do some quizzes online, and we're studying in different ways that we normally used to. Then we have this asynchronous learning, that providing students with pre-recorded lectures, assignments, and resources that they can access in their own pace and convenience. I think it was amazing to use that. And this approach allows just this greater flexibility for both students and teachers, students and professors, and allowing students to self-paced learning. And it was, I think, that approach, due to the fact that going back to home, okay, maybe some students stay in the cities they were living, but going back home makes you again a kid, and you have a lot of responsibilities around the homes as well. So this asynchronous learning gives you the space to study whenever you can, and also to live your life as an adult kid in the remaining one. And then we have the personalized learning, which is simply tailoring actions to individual students' needs, interests, and their abilities through adaptive learning technology. Actually, it also goes to the AI, like the Duolingo itself, when you're learning the language, or also you can now learn math and music. And this AI kind of thing creates the task that are just best for your mistakes and stuff. And it also can go to learning, in the remote education and stuff. It's very amazing. And lastly, let's go to the conclusions and recommendation. So flexible teaching models are just vital for addressing the challenges posed by COVID-19 and ensuring educational continuity. It wasn't imposed in every country. Like my friends from Algeria, actually, when the pandemic started, everyone just graduated without those 4 months of learning. But in Poland, I'm glad that we had the continuity of the learning. Also, investment in professional and development for educators are necessary to equip them with the skills and knowledge needed to effectively navigate remote and hybrid learning environments. And also, I think that I will go to the last thing, that we have to prioritize those innovations that are just the key to building resilient education systems that can effectively meet the diverse needs of learners in the future. So in my own words, because that was written 4 days ago, in my own words, I think pandemic taught us actually a lot. And as a students or professor, we can use this knowledge for the future to just make education more accessible for everyone. And I think I'm very grateful for that experience. So thank you also for this participation, for this opportunity for me to speak in here. And I'm giving floor back to our main guy, Kamil. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karolina, for a very nice presentation. I'm very happy that you are optimistic about the COVID-19 pandemic in the field of the development of the mechanism and forms communication within the education sector. Any questions, any remarks, any doubts, any opinions? If not, I will ask just Amir Hussain. Amir Hussain, are you with us?
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon. It's very nice to hear you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and apologize for the inconvenience that happened.
Please don't be worried about it. We just faces many technical problems yesterday and today, so we are used. Don't worry. So as I can see, you have already shared your screen.
Yes.
Please feel free to discuss the content.
Okay, now you can see my screen, right?
Yes, the slide number 10.
Yes. And I came to it right now.
Yes, now we can see the.
Yeah, okay. Hello again, good afternoon. Thank you for the time that you provided me for this conference. This is Amir Hussain Niknejad, PhD candidate of the University of Szeged. I would like to talk about judicial independence of Iran with a comparative perspective. And I would like to, first of all, talk about the judiciary independence structure of Iran, which is based on the legislative, executive, and judicial branch. Basically, it's based on the Montesquieu philosopher Montesquieu scenario, and as you probably know, So the power to in several countries is like this nowadays. Is based on the separation of power. So the power to develop the laws, like with the parliaments, the power to interpret the laws and decide what law is applicable or not, is based on the judiciary. So during pandemic and COVID-19, the impact was that some court sessions were going to be online or hybrid. That made some positive and negative effect on the judiciary. So we can say it so made the judiciary paperless, and there was no need physical appearance of the parties, and less expenses also was some positive impact. But there were some negative impact about some personal data of city dwellers may be hacked, and lack of physical appearance face to face just was didn't make sense for judges, or without body language in person of the parties, judges couldn't take their decisions well. So, and the third one, that the power to develop, the power to implement the laws is with the executive. And so about this also I will tell you more by after this slide. So, and the reason why these are the pillars of democracy, the separation of power and judicial independence, is without an independence of the judiciary, the rules of law would get collapsed. And it's safeguarding of the rules of law. It maintains certainty of the law. It provides public access to the law, openness and accountability, and it makes decisions for independence of interest. So let's, as I said, let's make a see the similarities of the judicial independence with a UK legal system. We can say that the Iranian legal system, as I said, is based on power, so lay participation, and court also exist in order to ensure the law made by the parliament. And there is a wide interpretation of the law in Iran, and separation of the prosecutor from the judiciary also is applicable. And after that, you can say a UK constitutional system is not contained in a single code, while Iranian constitutional system is contained in a single book and single code. And it is unwritten. The Iranian legal system is written, and besides parliament rules, some created by also court, and the UK is based on the case law also, unlike Iranian legal system. So let me tell you about a virus that can sometimes put negative influence on the independence of the judiciary, which is called bootleggers and Baptists. They do have same intention, same purpose. By moral values, they have same purpose. So they, both groups, they will to spend valuable resources to pursue such a law. So the bootleggers, for economic interest, they support closing laws that shuts down all local bars and liquor stores. And the Baptists enable accommodating politicians to say the action and so the for the joint attainment, I mean, the bootleggers and Baptists, they have same purpose. Somebody will close the local bars, and the other one will push the politicians to put this law to close the bars, and finally they will share their percentages with each others. So and finally, in the way, the bootleggers laugh all the ways to the bank, and they may occasionally, as I said, share their gains with help. And So by the end, by conclusion, so as I said, this is the cornerstone of democracy, is based on the judicial independence, and but it should be noted and implemented well. And the Baptist and bootleggers, there is some criteria that should be higher than consumed, that to remove these types of viruses as well. And about the electronic hearing during the pandemic and COVID-19, it didn't work in a big country like Iran. It needs because many people in villages, many people in other rural cities, they did not have access to good internet with strong signal, or some people they didn't have a smartphone. Therefore, it needs infrastructure. It needs some interdisciplinary researches should be done between economy, between data science, computer, machine learning, to provide hybrid judiciary, to provide electronic hearing for future. But at least we can say made administrative part of judiciary paperless, this electronic judiciary. But still, courts were in person, and judges need person for taking decision, especially in criminal cases. Thank you so much.
Amir Hussain, thank you very much for the presentation. And devoted to the, the law, the development of the law, the meaning of the law during the both pandemic and pre-pandemic, as well as the post-pandemic times. Dear participants, do you have any remarks, questions, opinions? If not, I'm happy to announce that there are two speeches ahead of us. First one will be the speech by Aleksander Ogrodnik from the University of Wrocław, dedicated to the functioning of the local media. I mean, the title is like the local media then and now, navigating the shifting landscape of the local news. And then there will be a, let's say, quite let's say a surprise, because there is a one extra speech, and the speech will be presented by the Fran. Amir Hussain, would you be so kind and just stop sharing your screen? Okay, thank you very much. Alexander, Oleg, are you ready? Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm there. Just need a second to share my screen. Is it work? I believe so. I need a second for it. Or if it didn't work, I will just share my screen. Don't put a presentation in the team. Maybe it will be easier. Okay. Maybe it works. It works.
It was something.
Okay. So.
For a minute. Second, sorry.
Maybe it will be easier if I will just do this. Can you see it? Yeah, it's probably.
Yes, now everything is visible. Local media then and now.
Yes. So at the beginning, I would like to say that I'm thankful for having me, and then I would like to say something a little bit about the local media then and now. It's like to show you the left of the local news, local media, especially in our region in Lower Silesia, changes time by time. For the systematization, I decided to person modern history of the Poland on characteristic episodes. So we have 4 episodes, let's say 1945, 1989. I believe you can see it. 1989, 2004, 2015. So it's the time of the stabilization of the system, and the previous or the time of the it's 2015, 2023. So let's get started. So I will add that to better understand, I will base on the local example of the city of Wrocław, and for context also the Silesia and a few small cities like the Świdnica, it's the town near to the Wrocław, for the context. So let's start it. The first episodes, let's say, it's the 1945, 1989. It will be short. Don't worry. I won't talk about the communist era of Poland. You need to remark it. So this is the era where most of the local newspapers was established, and in Wrocław it was the Gazeta Robotnicza, so it was the official newspaper of the Polish Communist Party. As you can see on the left side, this is the Gazeta Robotnicza. This is the daily new Polish United Party, Communist Party, of course. Słowo Polskie, the second newspaper in the region, and the Wieczór Wrocławia. It was of course, there was not only newspapers, there was also radio, Polish radio, regional broadcaster in Wrocław, and of course television Wrocław as a part of the Polish national broadcast, Telewizja Polska. In the communist era, newspapers, radios, and TV was obviously under a huge political influence and guarded. It was all guarded by the Central Office of Press, Publication, Performance. It sounds very distinguished, but it was just a censorship office. And that time there was no freedom of speech, freedom of press, or independence of the media. And I believe that's all of this episode. I don't have to say anything more about the communist era and media during this time. I believe we all understand it. So let's move on to the second point, 1989, 2004. Lots of change, but not everything. In this time, after falling of the Iron Curtain and political change in Poland in 90s, in start reborn capitalist Poland, government decided to sell its assets and also media. As a remark, I have to add that in Wrocław, Gazeta Robotnicza, as you can see, this one, was owned not by the Polish government, but by Polish state, by the Communist Party. But Słowo Polskie and Wieczór Wrocławia was title owned by government, company, workers, publishing cooperative. So it was sold by this time. Radio and television wasn't sold. State keep it, but few television and radio stations was opened in this time. It was, for example, TV Echo, very first, I believe, very first private TV station in Poland and in ex-communist countries. But as the television is an expensive technology, the station was quickly closed. There was very many more perturbation in these times. I will omit them to say that after several changes, only Eco 24, internet television, of course, survived to these days. And I will admit that it's not the key media in this in the landscape of the local media today. So 1989, 2004, we have like Gazeta Wrocławska, Słowo Polskie, TVP3 Wrocław, is the TV3 Wrocław, is the government owned. Polskie Radio Wrocław is the government owned. So this time is the time of the changing of the owners. Gazeta Robotnicza was sold and changed its name to Gazeta Wrocławska, and the new owner became a German company known as Polska Press. After a few years, also the same company by Wieczór Wrocławia and Słowo Polskie, and they decided to split it together. And immediately after the company Polska Press by Słowo Polskie and Wieczór Wrocławia, those two positions was deleted and as a separate newspapers and put Gazeta Wrocławska as an addition. So in that case, at the end of this point, 2004, in the city like Wrocław, it's a pretty big city, we only remain local newspaper. One local newspaper made in Wrocław for Wrocław citizens, and sadly, also for all of the region of the Lower Silesia. The local, strictly local, not the branches, etc. The next, episode, 2004 to 2015. This year was quite ordinary, smooth. The media system itself seems to have stabilized with only small fluctuation during all this period. Some media, but small media were open, close, etc. Like the fluctuations constantly. So there's nothing to add here. But this is the point to 2023, and this is the period I would call revolution in media system, and especially in local media system. In this year, 2000, the Law and Justice Party won the parliamentary election in Poland. Shortly after, they took control of the public media, including Polish radio, as the company. As you can see, there is all of the 17 local branches of the Polish radio. There's even more because some companies of local media hold more radio stations. So they took Polish radio, 17 radio station as well, Polish television, and they 16 branches like Białystok, Katowice, Lublin, and of course there is our Wrocław. So one party took control all over this media. And what happens next? The media outlets quickly fell under strong political influence. They were laid off and changes in personnel with the editorial offices, and the editorial policy shifted significantly toward to the, I would say, right wing, not even the right wing. So opposition representatives were rarely presented or invited to programs, and their point of view wasn't shown in the news broadcast, and news. So public media, as described by lots of researchers, became a government propaganda tool, not only by the whole country, in the position of the whole country, but especially in the region, in the local area. The situation affected TVP Wrocław and at some extended Radio Wrocław, which, however, largely maintained objectivity, but that wasn't all, obviously. In 2021, Polska Press, the owner of the Gazeta Wrocławska, the German company, as I told you before, was purchased by the Polish industrial giant, the fuel sector, PKN Orlen, which is controlled by the state, thus by the government and politicians of the Law and Justice Party at the same time. So this is the Polska Press Group and all of the local newspapers all around the Poland. And here we are, our local newspaper, Gazeta Wrocławska. So in Polska Press, after it buys by the Orlen, it happens the same thing like in the public media. They will quickly change the leadership, the way of information, presented by the media, and this happens with the national television and the radio. It's the same thing. In this way, by 2023, most significant regional media ended up indirectly or directly even in the hands of the state and consequently politicians. And so at the same time, local governments, like the mayors of the city, also began to establish their own media, online portals. Give me a second. Online portals. You can see there is Wrocław.pl. So it's the portal established by the mayor of the Wrocław, the city, the council of the Wrocław, and local magazines or newspapers. So there is the website, and then there's also a newspaper, and so go on. You can find something like this in Świdnica, for example, near Wrocław. This is the newspaper from it. This is a Kobierzyce. This is a small village, local near Wrocław, completely close to Wrocław, actually. This lack of any criticism towards local authorities. They serving mainly promotional newsletters, like I said, Wrocław.pl or free newspaper, for example, in Świdnica, Kobierzyce. So today it's difficult to find local media that have survived and are not dependent on the authorities. On the one side, let's say, big government company or strictly government company, radio or Polish television, or just a local supplement like Wrocław.pl, etc. So most information and news is shifted to new media platforms like internet groups, Facebook groups, Twitter, where residents inform themselves about local issue. Sadly, I can say that today, after 20 years old in European Union, in Poland, it was 6 days ago, the day when Poland joined the EU. Local media system looks not well, and but I believe it will. It will go back on the good rails, and so go on. And that's all for me. I believe this quick rewind of the local media, how it looks like right now in Poland, opens some kind of open how you can see in media in Poland. Thank you so much.
Okay, Alexander, thank you very much for a very complex and interesting presentation at the same time. Any questions, remarks? I can't see it. However, I've got just one short question. Alexander, are you predicting then some kind of death of the traditional media, local media?
Sadly, yes. Yes. The reason is there is economic reasons, because it's super hard to keep the newspaper, etc., without the money. And now we only the media system in Poland goes to most of us watching the TV news from the big television stations. So the small news station, radio station, newspapers is slowly dying, and I think we can stop it. the only way is to maybe for these media to go to the internet and change its way of working as a new media, like the social media groups where they can work for the society.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think that we all of us can agree, especially why I take into account that all of us used to using the internet and social media even during the pandemic and post-pandemic time. So it seems to be the crucial direction of the development of the media at all. Thank you very much one more time. Please just stop sharing. Okay, the screen and last extra speech presentation. I mean the presentation by Fran. Fran, are you there?
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Hello, hello, nice to hear you. This is the last presentation, but I'm pretty sure that not the least one. So keep the mind open and Fran, the floor is yours.
Hopefully you can see my screen.
Zagreb, yes, very nice city.
Zagreb, yeah. Yeah, the best city, of course.
Okay, so
yeah,
you've got 15 minutes, something like that, okay?
Okay, great.
ahead,
I have a presentation about Zagreb's marketing. So let's start. Here are some basic information about the Zagreb. Zagreb is the capital of Croatia. It's situated in the northwest of Croatia under the mountain Medvednica and along Sava River. Its population is around 800,000 people, and it's by far the biggest city in Croatia. And it's the central hub for culture, academics, government, and commerce in the whole country. Yeah, you can see here on the map by the red square. Some of the main advantages from Zagreb, I would say they are rich history. The Zagreb was established in 13th century. Then it has a vibrant culture scene with numerous museums and theaters, strong educational institutions, the best in Croatia, for example, the University of Zagreb. And in the past few years, there is a growing IT industry. So it's also interesting city for foreign investors and for labor market for IT guys. Yeah. And while I'm talking about the Zagreb's marketing, you can see on the upper right picture this little tram that is going uphill. Is the shortest tram route in whole Europe. Yeah. Then also Zagreb has a really strong sports scene, and the sporticians are really great ambassadors of a country and of a city. For example, water polo club Halka Mladost is the second club in the world that has the biggest score, the most trophies won. And they were 7 times European champions. Then in gymnastics, Zagreb have Tin Srbic that competes on horizontal bar, world champion and Olympic world and 2 times European silver medalist. And of course, Dinamo Zagreb that produced many famous football players such as Luka Modric, Joško Gvardiol, Mateo Kovacic, Marcelo Brozovic. Yeah. They also say that actually the most famous Croat is Luka Modric. So yeah. Main disadvantages that I out are challenges that include recovery from economic slowdowns due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and the whole country, whole Croatia, heavily depends on tourism. It's our main. So in the situation like COVID, we were in a recession, and you could feel it also in Zagreb. And Zagreb, because it's the capital, it's the hub of everything actually in Croatia. Many people are coming to the town, and the new buildings are built on the outskirts, but we don't have that good infrastructures and roads. So during the rush hours, there might be a problem with the traffic jams. local government of Zagreb. Structure of local government is governed by a mayor and city assembly that are responsible for administrative tasks related to urban planning, economic development, cultural events. Also their roles are direct involvement in promoting tourism, supporting local businesses, and enhancing cultural and educational facilities. And marketing goals should be revitalizing tourism, attracting international business investments, and promoting Zagreb as a center for cultural and educational excellence. Current marketing activities during the COVID-19, COVID shifted marketing activities towards online and virtual engagement. Also, we enhanced safety protocols for tourism and support packages for local businesses. Some of the campaigns we had in Zagreb are smart tourism and sustainability initiatives. The city integrates technology and sustainability into its tourism planning. We can see it. We have in Zagreb like electric car sharing or some kind of a smart stations and things like that. Yeah. Also, cultural promotions through projects are the city actively promotes its culture scene through projects like Ilica Kvart or Kultura Turizma. For example, this picture down in the down right corner, it's Ilica Kvart. Actually, every weekend they close the street in the center, and it's a big market where you can buy a lot of handmade product. And special events and festivals. Christmas market is, I think, by far the most famous. And actually, in 2015 or 16, Zagreb was awarded with the Zagreb had the best Christmas market in Europe. Yeah, and this upper picture is the scene from Zagreb's Christmas market. Yeah, and also in music festival that happens annually, and we have many famous musicians there. My personal opinion on current marketing activities, I think Zagreb should more engage in digital marketing campaigns. Also, they should work on activity with Europe, especially via low-cost airline companies such as Ryanair. Sport facilities, as I said, we have a really strong sports scene, but our sport infrastructure is terrible. You saw many famous football players that also represent the city in the world came from Zagreb, and for example, this is the stadium of Dinamo. Actually, when we play UEFA Champions League, sometimes it's always kind of a problem because the stadium doesn't meet UEFA criteria. Yeah, and also we should, for tourists, we should maybe include multilingual access and inclusivity, because there is no, if you don't know Croatian, maybe you'll have a hard time orienting there. And of course, campaign on attracting foreign investors and businesses should always be one of priorities. Analysis of the current situation. Zagreb is already recognized for its rich history, cultural significance, and green initiatives. After the 19 pandemic of tourism, it requires refreshed approach. As I said, we tried to do some digital marketing more, but I think it should be better, and the city should better utilize digital platforms. And Zagreb is the really safe city in the stable country with a stable economy and also part of the European Union, so it's kind of attractive. Goals, of course, aim to boost tourist numbers over the next few years, attract foreign investors and businesses, position Zagreb as a premier destination for foreign investment and business expansions, and promote sustainability. Position Zagreb as a leading eco-friendly tourism destination in Europe and as a city that is nice to live in. example of action how to achieve those goals are ongoing online presence, maintaining Zagreb website and social media channels, providing valuable information and resources for potential tourists, investors, and businesses. Of course, infrastructure development, prioritize infrastructure development projects such as transportation networks, telecommunication, and utilities. And it goes both ways. It's great for tourists, but also it's really important for the businesses and foreign investments. Then, as I said, I think if we had better flight route, if you could more easily came to Zagreb with cheap flights, we will have a lot more tourists. So that's, I think, in my opinion, one important point. And yeah, to showcase the sustainability, we should organize some kind of festivals that showcase sustainability practices, local green businesses, and eco-friendly technologies. Source of financing is, of course, funding, EU tourism grants, apply for funding from European Union, then public-private partnerships, collaboration with local businesses and international corporations seeking green branding opportunities, or if nothing else, finance from taxes, tourism tax. After the implementation, we can check the outcome of the strategy by tourism data analysis, regularly review tourist entry data, also digital metrics, monitoring website traffic, social media engagement rates, content reach to assess the effectiveness of digital marketing strategies, then investment inflows, track the actual inflow of foreign investments into Zagreb following the campaign, business expansion, monitor the expansion of existing foreign businesses in Zagreb, and for sustainability index, track improvements in environmental sustainability metrics such as reduced carbon emissions and increased usage of public and non-motorized transport by tourists. And hopefully, if we do it right, Zagreb will look like this on the pictures. Yeah, every day filled with tourists. And those pictures are actually from 2018 when Croatian football team won a silver medal in Russia, and then many Croats you can see gathered to celebrate that. Some of the risks we might face is, of course, economic downturns. Global economic instability could reduce discretionary spending on travel, and if we depend on external funding lines or grants or partnerships, might risk activities, funding priorities change. And as I said, Croatia relies heavily on tourism, so such thing as COVID-19 can definitely ruin our plans. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Fran, for your presentation. Yeah, I found it as very well structured, and I'm impressed by the, your approach devoted to the problem. Any questions, remarks?
Yeah, I have one short question.
Okay, Alexander, please go ahead.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yep. Yeah, and 1st of July it will be 11th anniversary of the Croatia joining to EU, and I would like to ask, how do you find Zagreb after this year? Is the EU change your city, the city?
Yes, because as a member of EU, we could get money. So from the EU funding, many buildings, many tourist destinations are rebuilt by the EU funding. So I think the EU mostly, if you can see it like in the city, it's by the buildings and new things that were built by EU money, right? But anything else, you can't really see it on the streets if you live there. Like, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Fran, Alexander, thank you very much. What can I add? I'm impressed by all the presentations. You decided to discuss many problems and you tried to present some kind of solutions, which should be really appreciated. But, you know, all of them have been affected by some kind of negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So, in my opinion, your presentations wonderful fit into the topic of our event. And with words, I'm happy to announce that we are almost at the end. One more time, thank you very much for your great participation, all of your marks. And I really hope that we will be in touch concerning the future projects, cooperation, and so on. So thank you very much, and see you in a close future, I hope.
Thank you so much for having us.
Bye-bye.